It's a beautiful day for pickleball on the APP Tour. Are you kidding me?
Here we go.
Nestled just up the Florida coast from Miami, Delray Beach, Florida is known as the Village by the Sea. And here it seems the sun is always shining. But the only glow these professional pickleball players want is golden. And to do that, they have to win here on championship court of the Delray Beach Tennis Center. Welcome to stop number 4 of the 2024 APP Tour, the APP Vlasic Classic, Delray Beach. And take a look at all of the pickleball players from around the country who've made their way right here. More than 300 pros, 28 of 36 APP medalists this season, 13 of 16 gold medalists, and 6 players with over 40 career APP medals, which means if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And speaking of the best, welcome in to the broadcast booth. I'm AJ McCord alongside 2 of the best in the game. We got Next Gen National Team Coach Chad Edwards, Pro Pickleball Coach Dominic Catalano. So excited to get some mixed doubles action underway here on this Friday. But before we get to today's action, let's talk about what's already happened, because the Aura Organic Gold Medal Match menu has our men's and women's singles players who already punched their ticket to Sunday, boys.
Yeah, on the men's side, it's the 1 versus 2 seed Chris Hayworth taking on J.W. Johnson. Chris Hayworth had to get through a very tough semifinal against Will Howls. He did that, punches his ticket. And then on the other side, J.W. Johnson in his semifinal had to play a qualifier who was a giant beater all day long in John Cangelosi. But the problem was he ran into the 1 seed J.W. Johnson. He comes out on top, and it gives us our 1 versus 2 matchup on Sunday.
Yeah, and then on the women's side, we have the 1 and 2 matchup as well, with Megan Fudge taking on Judith Castillo. Second time we have seen this matchup in 2024. Judith Castillo opening the season in Punta Gorda with the gold over Megan Fudge. Castillo was tested a little bit in the semifinals by newcomer Kat Stewart. Fought her way through, but she's going to have to make some adjustments up against Megan Fudge, who's 4 for 4 on championship Sundays in women's singles.
So 2 matches decided and a lot more gold medal matches to be decided this weekend. We'll start with mixed doubles, which is the action that we have for you today here from Delray Beach. Chad, I'll start with you. What is one thing that stands out to you when you look at this field of mixed doubles partnerships?
Well, it's still early in the season, so we're seeing new partnerships, and we're trying to, these players are trying to find the cohesiveness between. I think give us 2 more weeks, and those partnerships will be set for the rest of the year. But from what I've seen today and what I was watching this morning, Brendan Long, Bobby Oshiro, they have that cohesiveness. It's not the first time that they've played together. They're playing really well, and they're my pick to kind of push these top seeds.
Well, like you said, Brendan Long, Bobby Oshiro, they're no stranger to winning. They won in Daytona a year ago. They came out on top with the gold medal. But again, it's those top 3 seeds. New pairings. You got J.W. Johnson that we're going to see here with Millie Rain, and Andre Desu and Jill Braverman, Susanna Barr and Austin Gridley. But again, it's the Andre Desu, Jill Braverman, 2 very fiery players. They're going to be very active on the court and very loud on the court. So you're going to be able to hear them wherever we are today.
Oh, we love to hear that, Dom. So excited for the matches that we have coming your way, and especially because look at this weather. Florida living up to the postcards. The palm trees are shining, swaying in the breeze. 79 degrees here in Delray Beach. Humidity at 55%. And we got mixed doubles pro pickleball action coming to you next right here on the APP Tour. We'll be right back.
Chef Jamoke Jackson. I'm here with Vlasic Pickles, and I'm putting the pickle back in pickleball. In pickleball, a chop is a slice from high to low to put a backspin on the pickleball. I'm chopping up Vlasic Pickles to make this sweet and savory chopped pickle salad. feta cheese, Kalamata olives, olive oil, red wine vinegar, lemon juice, sugar, black pepper, toss to mix. Sweet, heat, and full of flavor.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Village by the Sea Tour. AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. And Rainstorm, clean, plant-based energy. Welcome back to Delray Beach, Florida. Some mixed doubles pro pickleball action coming your way on this beautiful Friday here on the APP Tour. Take a look at this first matchup here. Brendan Long, Bobby Oshiro taking on Millie Rain and J.W. Johnson. When you look at these two duos, we talked about at the beginning of the show just the newness of some of these partnerships. So, Chad, break down one of the things that you're excited to see about how these two teams figure that out.
Well, Long and Oshiro, it's not the first time they've played together. They're very comfortable with each other. Dom, like you said, in the Open, they won gold in Daytona last year. But they took a couple of tournaments off. Oshiro isn't able to commit to a full schedule a lot of the time. So this is the first time that we're going to see them back together in 2024. And they've really been playing well this morning. The difference with this partnership is both players are aggressive. Both players will drive and crash. And we always talk about Bobby Oshiro with how much power she has in a more compact frame. Look for that.
And it is going to be Bobby Oshiro getting us started with the serve. Game one, best 2 out of 3 here, 2-11, to decide who moves on. A little short there from Millie Rain.
So on the other side, you got J.W. Johnson, Millie Rain, our drilling partners. They do practice a lot together, so very familiar with each other on the other side of the net as well.
Little speed up there from Rain, but Long ready for it.
Yeah, Long's like, no trouble. I'll just take a step back. Nice short, compact flick. And that's the issue that Long will have occasionally, is that he tries to do too much, he gets too big, he has a lot of power. He wanted that one. He tried to do it with the body
will it
as well.
over, yeah.
He had a little hop, skip, and a jump.
Long with some authority on the overhead winner cross court.
That's a good little start right there for Long, as he stayed in that. But again, Chad, you mentioned it. He tends to get too big sometimes with his swing right there. Short and compact on this initial speed up, and then the counters as well.
That's the ball Oshiro wants right there. It's almost a signature shot for her on the speed up off the bounce, is rolling it through the middle. That time just shortened the swing a little bit, and it caught the net cord.
Passing shot there from Johnson.
No lack of power.
Yeah. But J.W. Johnson coming through the transition area, staying short and sweet too, as he just walks through the transition and flicks that backhand for a winner.
Long tries to flick that one long and behind.
Ambitious at best right there from Brendan Long. The ball's on his shoe tops, trying to speed that up with a two-handed backhand.
Pop up there for Rain, out of bounds, and it'll be a side out.
And that's not a bad speed up there from Rain. She just wasn't expecting it to come back as quickly from Long. Got right into the chest.
It's such a good combo right there from Brendan Long because he knows the first speed up here on the backhand flick is going to come back from Rain, but then just gets the next one higher and the third one's just an overhead.
Really, Rain getting caught uncoiling there from the stack. There's a little bit of hesitation when she was coming over as well, but gave too much room. Long took it down the line nicely.
Oh, what a read there from Millie Rain. Brendan Long went just a little too soon, so she reads the Ernie and then just hits the vacated area. That's such a smart play from Millie Rain.
Little short there on the dink from Long.
Yeah, that's just Brendan Long trying to do a little too much there. There's no reason for him to step in and take that ball off the bounce. Oshiro had enough control of that point there where she could have kept the pressure on.
Oh.
See her look to do that there, it seemed, but little help from the net cord for Rain and Johnson.
Well, good read there from Johnson, too, on the net court. He takes a step over into the middle, and then that's his forehand for the put away.
Ooh, that ball just barely made it over the net from Rain, and Oshiro couldn't adjust to her power, get it back over. So it'll be a lead here, 5-4-1 score for Johnson's serve. Ooh, little speed up firefight there. What do you like about that, Dom?
Well, he was short, and then big, right? So we talk about it repetitively already this match with Brendan Long because that's the biggest issue he has. Stayed short on the first two, got too big on the third.
But the other thing too, and Millie Rain is doing a good job. She knows that Brendan Long is going to attack her. So in the last 3-4 points, she's taken a step back from the kitchen line. She's given herself another foot to be able to counterattack or reset the Long speed ups.
So some impressive adjustments already from Rain and Johnson. And as you can see, they got the lead here in game number 1, 7-4. So a timeout gives us an opportunity for our Tervis hydration break, all of us.
New bottles.
New bottles.
Representing our Tervis here. And already, I really like them.
Mine says my name on it.
I know,
so
this is
back
great.
on.
I really like when our
Back
names
off.
are
I
on
want
it.
to share your water bottle.
But now everyone can see what we're drinking. Because these are clear this year. They want to make sure.
It was always water in there last year.
We can get
And
into the
some-
flavors
and
of
some
drip
rain.
drop,
Rain.
though. That's
And some
what
drip
we
drop.
like.
Drip
Yeah,
drop.
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
know.
Okay,
All
we'll
the
mix it
things.
up a little bit.
We'll mix it up. Keep you posted as the match continues. What we've got in our water bottles. It'll be a fun little guessing game that we've got going on. All right, nothing to guess about here for Johnson and Rain. A 3-point lead here in game 1 over Bobby Oshiro and Brendan Long. Chad, out of this timeout, what do you want to see Oshiro and Long do to get the ball back on their side?
So Long and Oshiro have had a couple of issues as far as their catching net cords. It's a little bit difficult to tell the wind here inside the stadium, but they've got the wind in there coming behind them. So what's happening is Johnson and Rain's balls are dropping as it hits that wind. They're not making the adjustment as far as getting underneath it on their speed ups. So they just need to make that adjustment of getting underneath. And we saw how deep that ball from Johnson went there. He didn't do too much with it, but it was still a couple of feet long. So you know, the adjustment is if you are going to speed up or take those balls out of the air, get that paddle head underneath. And that's what Long did.
It's like he could hear you or something. Well done there. From Brendan Long, gets the ball back on their side, trailing by 3. Opportunity to cut that lead here. It's going to be Oshiro with the serve. Whew, but when you pop it up like that, Rain was ready to take advantage.
Yeah, I was going to say on the point before, we talk about Brendan Long getting too big. It was Millie Rain who got too big. She was on it.
There from Bobby goes a little bit long, so it'll be a side out, no points scored.
Yeah, she had it right there, just missed Johnson's body.
Ooh, good adjustment there from Johnson, but good read by Oshiro going back.
Yeah, and that was a big adjustment from Oshiro there. It was a slower pace ball. Johnson thought she was going to speed it up exactly the same as the previous one, so she got him off balance.
That's a good spot right there from Millie Rain. She gets on top of that ball, gets it down at the knees of Bobby Oshiro, and Oshiro comes up a little bit too much on it.
8-4-2 for Rain's serve. Good leave there by Oshiro.
So one thing to think about in the wind, right? When you have wind in your face or wind behind your back, when you're the team with the wind behind your back, you want to try to avoid the speed ups from below the net because it's very difficult to keep in.
The lob got by Brendan Long, but switch can't recover in time.
So the adjustment for Long and Oshiro, it's almost like, you know, throw out a couple of bait balls that are floating a little bit, get them to start speeding up from down below the net.
See, that's what I want them to do right there, that being Oshiro and Long. Involve J.W. Johnson a little more. Go behind him, drop a ball to his backhand. He's not going to hurt you back there off the bounce when it's low on the backhand side.
Just a great direct spot there from Rain. Oshiro can't get the ball up, so it's going to be a side out. 1 point gotten back for Oshiro and Long, but Rain and Johnson with a chance to extend the lead again here in game 1. There was Oshiro.
I would have almost let that and let the wind blow it back into the bar of the net right there. Oshiro tried to get it before it got to the net. If that ball does hit the bar, it's a replay.
It looked like it was going to.
Yeah. I mean, we have the better vantage point because we're not going for the ball.
Nothing at stake for us if we decide not to go for that ball there, but
J.W. Johnson with the big overhead right here. He goes right off the right foot of Brendan Long. What a spot, but that was not a bad lob here.
So sets up
Had him off balance.
game point opportunity here. Millie Rain with the serve.
There's the one. So a couple of balls, mid-pace speed-ups, down to the feet of Rain. We saw the ball getting higher and higher.
That's a great spot there from Millie Rain.
And it's a great enough spot that it gets them game number 1. Millie Rain and J.W. Johnson take game 1, 11-5 over Bobby Oshiro and Brendan Long. Some adjustments must be made for Long and Oshiro as we head into game 2 here of the APP Vlasic Classic Delray Beach when we come back.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Game number 2 between Brendan Long and Bobby Oshiro, and Millie Rain and J.W. Johnson about to get underway here at the APP Vlasic Classic Delray Beach. Mixed doubles quarterfinals. Of course, everyone looking for a shot at that gold medal match. Rain and Johnson going to start with the ball. They've got the 1-game lead here in our best 2 out of 3.
Yeah, Long just trying to rush that one, and that was some of the issues that he had in game 1 as well, just trying to execute a little too quick. You know, bottom line, it comes down to Rain and Johnson were much cleaner, fewer mistakes. As I said, that he misses it into the net, but you know, close. doesn't hurt right there.
Just a side out here, so it'll be Oshiro with the serve. Time Rain leaving the dink cross court a little short.
Almost a little miscommunication right there in the middle from Oshiro and Long. Oshiro saves him right there, keeps him in that point.
One thing that does not phase J.W. Johnson is somebody stepping up and driving a ball. His swing is so short and so compact. You see Oshiro step up and drive that one, and he just slaps it straight back down to the feet.
Second serve, Long with it. Ooh, Oshiro almost gets the shape on that around the post, but just misses the sideline.
Only reason she misses it because she was leaning middle just enough. So Rain had her leaning middle, not able to get around that around the post.
Forehand into the net. So it'll be second serve quickly here for Rain and Johnson. Oh, I like the change of pace there from Oshiro, but great reads from Rain and Johnson. So finally, that point gets put away.
Well, good drop there from Oshiro, too. Had Rain completely off balance. I thought she was going to speed up back at her again as she tried to get out of the kitchen. She didn't.
You almost throw the glossary of pickleball shots at that last point, and you have an example of most of them.
Yeah,
pretty much. That's a good read by Johnson right there. Knowing that Long is going to try to get big and get into the middle, he just hits into the movement.
Oshiro wanting that one back. Forehand into the net, so they got to give the ball back. No points added. 1-1-1 for Johnson's serve.
Wow. Right at the body. Great job from Long right there, jamming up Rain.
Fun fact, when Brendan Long was first getting into pickleball, playing with his family, you actually got points when you hit the person you were playing against. So he's one of those players that you expect to be pretty good at that aspect of pickleball strategy.
Yeah, Brendan Long always pretty good at hitting a body bag. Known him for about 9 years now, and I've got plenty of pickleball tattoos from Brendan Long.
As do I. As do I. Yeah, you moved to Florida shortly after I did. I met him when I first moved down there. You've been What, 9 years
8,
now?
yeah, a little over 8 years. Yeah.
I've been over 10. He's been playing that long.
Serves the ball here in game number 2 of our mixed doubles quarterfinals.
Oh, he did it again. So, Rain is reading that as well, but also Long is choosing the wrong ball to go for the earning attempt, because this ball here, Rain has a little bit more extension away from the body. Long goes for it, and Rain's so good at just holding it on the paddle, rolling it back through the middle.
No love there from the net for Brendan Long, so another side out without any points being added. Much tighter game already than our first. Ooh.
Nah, it doesn't get it this time. She almost over. Well, so in order to shape that back around the post, you have to give yourself even more room away from the ball. It's almost like you're reaching at it fully extended. If you get too close to the ball, and Oshiro just overran it a little bit, it's very difficult to shape it.
Long apologizing to Oshiro there after the firefight. Explain why, Tom.
Well, because he got Oshiro in trouble because he was going at Rain. What he needed to do is go back to her forehand down the line. Instead, he goes cross court with the speed up, and that's just problems for your partner. The cross court speed up is really not the answer most of the time.
That time goes for the reach and into the net. So a few mistakes here. Long would like back, and just like that, a 1-1 tie that we'd had for multiple side outs. It's now a 3-point lead.
Oh, Rain getting Long all twisted up right there. Excellent ball from Johnson. He was fully outstretched, was able to get that back cross court and get that behind Long, and then Rain just reached in, took that out of the air, took away the time. And this is very similar to game 1.
Yeah, now you have Oshiro and Long just trying to do a little too much right now. They're trying to hit spots perfectly. You saw 2 points ago, Long step in. He tried to speed up backside on J.W. Johnson, goes in the net. Oshiro trying to do the same thing here. She wasn't trying to speed up. She's trying to drop that back behind J.W. Johnson. But what he does is he forces you to try and hit a perfect shot to try and get him off balance, because he's got such good balance and such good hands that it's tough to do.
So an understandable timeout called on the court by Brendan Long and Bobby Oshiro. They lost game 1 and trailed by 5 here in game 2. Best 2 out of 3 games, 2-11 to decide who moves on to our mixed doubles semifinals here at the APP Vlasic Classic Delray Beach. So let's talk about how Millie Rain and J.W. Johnson have built this lead here in this match. Chad, what have you liked about their game?
Well, it's how fast J.W. Johnson's hands are. And you see right there with just a quick forehand, backhand flick. But Millie Rain, you see her playing off the line. It gives her a little bit more time to counterattack the Long speed up. So now what it's doing is it's forcing him to try to rush that shot before she's in position.
Millie Rain and Bobby Oshiro won gold at the 2024 opening stop of the APP Tour in Punta Gorda together, so the two women very familiar with each other's games.
It is such a good setup for Brendan Long. He gets exactly what he was looking for on the backhand speed up, slides to the forehand, but ends up trying to do too much with it.
Well, it's from here to contact straight to the hip because he's trying to get rid of it so quickly. Long's one person that doesn't need to add any more power than what he can hit with at 70%.
Out of the timeout, 2 quick points for Rain and Johnson.
Oh, wow.
If only Bobby was 4 inches taller.
That was a great read from her on the first one, though. Tried to shock J.W. Johnson, but he is not fooled And she gets the ball right back at her body.
Oh, it was there. Went to the short part of the court.
Yeah, the forehand cross court out of bounds.
We talked about this last week, and I would say most improved player between 2023 and 2024 is Millie Rain. We've seen her take gold in Punta Gorda in women's doubles. Sacramento, she was in the final. Took gold with Georgia Johnson in Miami. Couple of bronzes in mixed.
That time Long getting big, though, right at the feet of Millie Rain. She can't get it back off the bounce, so it will be a side out. And Long and Oshiro with some work to do, but Dom, like you said, no matter how big the comeback, it always starts with a single point. They're going to try and get that here. Long has gotten that ball a few times and just wants to execute it so badly because he feels like it's exactly where he wants the ball.
But again, he's setting it up perfectly. That one, he rolls back crossbody on Rain, jams her up. But again, watch it how quickly his finishes. It goes straight across his body. So one thing to say is, if you hit a forehand and you're hugging yourself after you've hit the shot, then you cut your swing off. If you have separation, ooh, that one took her hat off.
Off the paddle, off the visor.
If you have separation between your arm and your body after you hit the forehand, then you've stayed through the ball. Every one of Long's forehands where he's hit the top of the net is he's finishing, he's hugging himself. So he's cutting off the swing, and all it is a couple of inches between staying through the ball or cutting it across.
Great change of pace there. Long staying patient, changes the pace, and just gets
Was it JW?
Someone was going, go, go. I don't know who it was.
I think it was.
I don't think it was JW. It didn't sound like him. Either way, nice drop from Brendan Long right there.
And just like that, quick side out here, Oshiro and Long with an opportunity to cut into this 8-point lead. And I was watching him during that really long point where he finished it off with the great drop, and his hand stayed exactly where you said. He didn't hit through the ball like he'd been doing in the past. So now's the moment to keep this momentum going if you are Oshiro and Long.
Well, and that's the second aggressive roll from Oshiro there, taking the ball out of the air. She's added a little bit more pace to that roll, and it's given Rain some issues those last 2 points where it's getting on her faster.
Ooh. Little help off the net that time.
Oh, he'll take it right
Why
now.
not?
He will take it right now.
The net hasn't been friendly for him this entire match, so it's about time. You
Not
know?
much has been friendly for him right now.
1 for 7 with net courts.
Exactly. 3-9-1, the score for Long serve.
Oh, tried to be aggressive right there. I like it, though. If you're going to be aggressive right there, be aggressive on your serve. Nothing hurt right there. Now it's just second server, no points given up. But again, trying to be aggressive on that cross-court dink.
Oh,
Just misses. Just misses. And so 2 points gotten back for Long and Oshiro, but now it is Rain and Johnson with the ball sitting 2 points away from winning the match. Johnson with the serve.
Much better there from Brendan Long as he puts his arms up in the air.
It's like, this is what I've been trying to do the whole time.
But he hit that at 50% as well. He just focused on extending out and through it rather than going for too much power.
There we go. Great spot from Long down the middle. It's one of the most frustrating things as an athlete, no matter what sport, when you feel like you've been beating yourself the entire match, to finally get that moment where you do what you've been wanting to do the whole time.
Well, and he has. Like,
exactly.
He's done it about a dozen times this match.
And so they get the ball back. No points added for Rain and Johnson. Trailing by 6 onto their second serve.
He's so animated. I love it.
It's funny, former professional poker player, but doesn't hide his emotions there.
That's not the side out that you want.
Unforced error. So it will be Johnson and Rain with the ball.
Oh, Johnson's sitting all over it.
That's not the spot.
No, not right there. Not on the right hip of J.W. Johnson. You can elevate a ball. You can sometimes get him up in the armpit, but not on that right hip.
Match point opportunity here for Johnson and Rain. Dink left a little bit short. So second serve.
Well, he tried to pin Brendan Long in a corner right there, did Johnson and Rain.
So it'll be Rain. Second match point opportunity here for her and J.W. Johnson. A beautiful point, helped by the net, which seems fitting, actually, after Long and Oshiro just couldn't get anything going in that match. So it is J.W. Johnson and Millie Rain moving on here in our mixed pro doubles, taking first 2 games. So we will head to commercial here at the 2024 APP Vlasic Classic Delray Beach. More mixed doubles action when we return.
Less is more. Less is less beer.
Cat tire.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's best eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
Take a look at match point for J.W. Johnson and Millie Rain moving on. No love from the net for Brendan Long and Bobby Oshiro on this one, but a clean performance from Rain and Johnson. We'll throw it down to Dominic Catalano for our courtside post-match interview.
All right, Millie, going cross-court there with Bobby Oshiro, someone you play with, came into the game with. What's the game plan going against her, considering you guys know your games so well?
I mean, I got J-Dub with me, so all I got to do is just keep consistent and do my job. I mean, Bobby and Brendan are a great team. Bobby, I know, is dangerous there on the right. I play with her all the time. But, yeah, just kind of executing.
And then game 2, J-Dub, it looked like you inserted yourself a little more. Game 1, you let Millie do her thing. Game 2, you inserted yourself a little more, put a little pressure on, and seemed to work early on, taking that big lead. Was it something you looked to do in game 2?
Yeah, I was definitely trying to take more of the middle, seeing as they were dropping a little bit to Millie, so I decided to take a little bit more. It also helps whenever Millie hits like 100 net cores a game. So, yeah, that helps too. But, yeah, it's really great playing with her.
All right, well, congratulations, guys. Moving on. We'll take a quick break here. Be back here at the APP Vlasic Classic, Delray Beach.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Manage ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
APP is sponsored by Gamma. Play to live, live to play. Skechers Pickleball. Experience comfort that performs. And Humana, official healthcare partner of the APP Tour.
Gold medal match is coming up this afternoon. It's the Chase APP Miami Pickleball Open.
We're going to see what Dylan Frazier and Tyra Black can do.
And Frazier the opportunity to go on the attack and be aggressive as well.
He and Hurricane Tyra Black capture the gold medal.
Johnson and Frazier so familiar with each other.
Chad, we've talked about matches in which it's consistency versus athleticism. This one, consistency versus consistency. What is going to be the difference maker?
What a great event we had there in Miami, and look at what we've got coming up next. The APP upcoming schedule. Next up, we head to Cincinnati, and then the Zimmer Biomet New York City Open at the end of May, and then you guys get to come to my side of the country. Heading back to Southern California for the Southern California Open over 4th of July, Chicago, then Dallas. Visit the APP.global for more information and join us somewhere along the tour. Would love to see you out on the pickleball courts this summer. Here back at the 2024 APP Vlasic Classic Delray Beach, we got a great one coming up for you next in mixed doubles action. Georgia Johnson, you just saw her brother move on. Can she do the same? That is the question. She is paired up with Gabe Tardio. These two had a great run together in Miami. Look to continue it here in Delray Beach against Johnson Cola and Megan Fudge. Can they do it? We'll find out when we come back.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
The APP is sponsored by LS, official on-court apparel of the APP Tour. C&D Nets, the highest quality nets made in the USA. And Turvis, the original insulated tumbler. Johnson Cola and Megan Fudge, one of the duos coming your way next in our mixed doubles action here on this Friday from Delray Beach. They're going to be taking on Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio. Fudge and Sincola, two players that we've seen quite a bit of here on the APP Tour. Johnson and Tardio, a little bit newer partnership. So, Dom, walk us through their strengths.
So the newer partnership we're talking about with Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio, your 5 seed. They are very experienced. They may be young on paper, but experience they do not lack. Both of them have been playing since they were very young. They practice together, drill together, just like we saw in the previous match with Georgia's brother JW and Millie Rain. They all practice together and add in Dylan Frazier, and that's their group that they really stick with and work with. So this matchup here, even though they're a little younger in Gabe and Georgia, might give them a little edge. On paper, you'd say it too, as the 4 and 5 seed. But experience-wise, too, on the flip side with Megan Fudge and Johnson Cola, they don't lack experience either, been around a while.
It'll be Georgia Johnson with the serve to get us started. That ball off the paddle of Gabe and high, out of bounds, side out. Megan Fudge with the serve.
Just a little too much risk there from Tardio.
Yep. That's a great spot there from Sincola.
Behind Johnson. She can't turn around in time, so it will be a 1-0 lead here in game number 1.
1-0-1.
That's a good adjustment from Tardio right there, though. Ball went up high. He didn't try to rush the overhead. It started to drift on him, moved the feet, still was able to hit through the ball as it almost dropped down below the net.
Great coverage there from Johnson after the Ernie from Tardio.
Well, you hit it right there, AJ. It's the coverage from Georgia Johnson. She sees Gabe Tardio's off court, so what does she do? She fills that middle spot. Doesn't allow for anything through there. Ooh.
Two-handed backhand. Line drive into the net from Tardio. So second serve here. 0-1-2.
That's the only trouble that I see with Gabe Tardio at times is he's such a wristy player as far as flicking the ball. If he rushes through things or even gets a little lazy at times with the footwork, and then we see another one. We overextend, flick too much, the ball stays elevated. And we saw that a little bit in Miami where they had opportunities to go through the championship Sunday.
Wow, that time Tardio just ready for everything on that point.
Super smart play from Tardio. He lost it in the sun just for a second. He finds it, lets it bounce, regroups, and hits a great ball after that.
Oh. Johnson placing the ball right down the middle, and Sincola can't believe that one dropped in.
Well, it was a little bit of a miss hit there from Georgia Johnson. Sincola questioning if there was a carry there on that one. It's just a little bit of edge guard instead.
And explain to us what a carry would be called.
So one of the new rules for USA Pickleball here in 2024 is, when there's an extended period or a prolonged period of time that the ball stays on the paddle, it's now being ruled a carry, which is a fault, compared to if you're swinging through and it's a single motion. There are times that a ball may hit twice on the paddle, but it's more that prolonged contact with the paddle face that referees are now looking for as a carry.
So a good clarification there from Sincola to ensure that that was not a carry. But the ball back on the side of Tardio and Johnson now. All tied up at 2.
So what I'm seeing a little bit more of is, and it's kind of flipped, you're seeing Fudge and Sincola be the ones to initiate the speed-ups right here. And I think it caught Tardio and Johnson by surprise a little bit. Now I think they've settled in a little more. And right on cue, Gabe Tardio is just sitting dead right on that two-handed backhand. But, it caught him off guard a little bit, thinking that they may play slow to start.
Mid-pace speed up there from Sincola, ready for it, were Johnson and Tardio, but great placement by Sincola to put that one away.
Yeah, second ball is going crossbody on Georgia Johnson. She is hugging the middle a little bit there to take that two-hand backhand. Sincola finds the deep part of the court.
Oh. And they just go side to side, do Tardio and Johnson to get that one.
The placement on the overhead two-hander from Georgia Johnson going to the sideline pulls Sincola off. Fudge has to pinch. Then she gets the overhead cross-court. Fudge can't get there.
Johnson going for the ATP off of the net cord. On the ding from Fudge, can't shape it in.
Yeah, that one just didn't continue far enough past the net cord there for Johnson.
Two-handed backhand into the net from Sincola.
That's a tough ball to attack from Sincola there as well. He's moving, the ball got down below the knees, and he had a big backswing on the two-hander. So that's a triple threat combination that you don't want.
Drop left a little bit short from Tardio. So on to the second serve are Johnson and Tardio.
4-3-2.
4-3-2 here in game number 1. Ooh, Fudge tries to get a little slippery there, knowing Tardio was going for it.
It was what we saw in the last match, though. Millie Rain had that twice where she saw the attempted Ernie from Brendan Long, and she shot the middle perfectly right there. Megan Fudge reads it, but she just tries to do a little too much with it.
A little inside out there from Fudge and out of bounds.
But each time they attacked right there for Johnson and Tardio, they got on top of the ball. They were attacking down, meaning every time that Fudge and Sincola either tried to reset or counter, the ball was coming back up at them.
Oh.
A little miscommunication there from Johnson and Tardio. Something we haven't seen a lot of here in this first game, that they've managed to take a 3-point lead here midway through. But it will be a side out.
I want to see here. It's been all shake and bake for Sincola and Fudge. See if it's in here again. It is right there. So you're seeing barely any third shot drops. You're seeing drive from both Fudge and Sincola, but what you're seeing is the shake and bake action, meaning that if Sincola drives, Fudge is crashing hard and hoping to get something. See if they do it again here. Now it was a drop right there, but not a great drop where it got him in trouble from Sincola. I do like the shake and bake action they're bringing right now. It's been successful.
6-3-1.
Johnson with the serve, 6-3-1. Nice Ernie there from Johnson. Cola. Line drive.
Let's see, Ernie, 3/4 arm slot, slap it through the middle.
Little slider. Wow, just so good right there from Tardio. And you realized and saw growing up right there as he let that ball bounce. But as you see this Ernie here from Johnson Cola.
Even in fast motion, wildly impressive.
Just try to aim that a little too much instead of being an athlete right there and pushing that. Last thing you want to do is aim. Oh, there's the shake and bake action that we're talking about. And what that is, that's one person who's hitting the third. They're usually back. Your partner will crash the kitchen line hard. There it is a little bit again.
Drop there from Fudge, well placed. And Tardio can't get around it enough to get it back over the net.
I was going to ask you, in your athletic career, how many times did a coach tell you to be athletic? No other information other than, hey, be athletic.
Be athletic. Be an athlete.
Let's take a look at this shake and bake that you're talking about, Dom.
So here it is. It's the drive from Sincola, and you see Fudge crash nice and hard. Now, she doesn't execute that one, but I like the action there. Not that one. That's not the speed up right there. It's too low for Megan Fudge to do anything with. That ball's got to be about 6 inches higher so she can stay on top of it. That's popped up right to the two-handed backhand of Georgia Johnson, and guess what? She's not going to miss that.
For the record, in gymnastics, we didn't get a lot of be athletic.
That's what I was just about to say. I was like, okay. So in gymnastics, we're typically not going to say, hey, just be athletic out there. That's kind of dangerous. But for baseball, right, what we're talking about when you say be athletic, it's a good athletic position where you're on the balls of your feet, your weight is over, and you're executing and staying through rather than you're stuck on the heels. You're trying to aim, like as a pitcher, if we're trying to aim for a spot, we're not going to hit that spot. When we're trying to hit through a ball or we're trying to, a lot of the times we talk about with the serve. People get the serving yips because they try to aim and put their serve in.
They get
rather than see ball, hit ball, trust that your mechanics, your hips, your footwork is going to keep you in line, and then the muscles stay loose and you can execute through it.
They get all Chuck Knobloch on you where they can't make a throw from second base to first base. But we've seen guys do that in baseball, and you see it in pickleball, how you relate it with serves mostly.
For
where
sure.
someone just can't keep a serve, and you're like, easy, Chucky Knobloch. We'll get this in.
Chuck Knobloch couldn't throw it 10 feet at one point.
Back in action out of the
Great.
timeout. Well-placed ball from Johnson.
Yeah, great spot right there. But when Chuck Knobloch came in the league, he was an absolute beast.
I want to talk about this one here. You talk about like the understanding.
Sure.
Tardio and Johnson slide together, right? It's this moving wall where they're both just flicking backhands through. And they'll do it the opposite way with the forehand as well.
So here we are, game number 1. Johnson and Tardio sitting 2 points away from taking game 1. Not placing that one.
That's the aiming of the ball right there. Johnson didn't accelerate through that shot. When we talk about acceleration, it's consistent speed rather than talking about power.
That serve called out by Tardio. So it will be a...
I believe we're going to
get
our
a challenge.
First challenge.
Okay, so this is a great
Oh,
opportunity.
sorry. This is new for you.
This is a great opportunity to talk through something new here in 2024 on the APP Tour. Megan Fudge and Johnson Cola calling a challenge on Tardio's call on the serve. So what does that mean, Chad and Dom? What are the opportunities here?
So indefinite number of challenges.
Okay.
If you do challenge and it is incorrect, then you lose one of those challenges, basically. And you have 3 lost challenges before you are issued a technical warning. You can still challenge after that, but then if you challenge wrong again, then you get a second technical warning that then becomes a technical foul point.
And the only thing we can challenge is line calls that end a point.
So here's an example here. Like we said, that ball called out by Tardio, and it is close on our replay. So when the replay is happening, where does the call then come from?
So we do have our video referee who's down there, and our video referee for this one is Isabel Gauthier. Head referee, or lead referee, Brett Hutless, waiting for the call from Isabel. And typically, we can see the video screen, but it's just here to the left.
So outside of our view,
we're going to get another look at it here.
So take a look.
Oh, boy.
That is
This
very
is tough.
close.
Yeah, I see blue.
I see blue.
I see blue.
I see blue.
And everyone would say, well, there's a lot of blue there, but we're looking for.
So Tardio with
we're
the
1 for 1.
correct call made on the fly, which means Sincola and Fudge lose a challenge here in game number 1. So like you talked us through, they now have 2 more to quote-unquote lose, which is when you ask for a challenge, you get it wrong. So it will be.
Now, at the same time, right, and Dom have talked about this. Oh, that's good power coming out of that almost fake timeout.
Then we talk about
this is what Dom and I have talked about before, right? So you have 3 challenges, you have 2 timeouts. Technically, you have 5 timeouts, so it's not a bad situation.
And there's an element of strategy to it, not just in the timeout, but in the way it messes with the dynamic or the flow of the other team, right, as well.
Well, it's like freezing a kicker.
There you go.
Ooh, that's a tight one to look back on.
And that right there, as Brett says to Gabe Tardio, foot faults are not
So we'll
challengeable.
take a look here. Yeah, big call there from Brett Hutless. Right foot pushed off. Tardio was a little hesitant with the footwork there, and that's what got him tied up a little bit. Usually we see the left foot push off, but that one going back to the two-handed overhead, push off with the right.
So now you see him sort of glance down, that time at the sideline, as if he was clarifying with himself where that is in relation to where he was standing. But since that challenge from Fudge and Sincola, they've gotten a point and then forced a scoreless side out. At that time, Tardier leaving no doubt about where his feet were or where he wanted the ball to go, right at the feet of Fudge.
He didn't do too much right there. He just continued to pepper Fudge as she just kept backing up, and got in a position where he had to put away. She was not going to get a paddle on.
5-9-2, the score for Fudge's serve.
Good off-pace ball right there from Tardio. Gets that ball at the feet of Megan Fudge. Chad, you and I talk about change-ups and off-pace.
Changing eye levels, changing speeds, junking stuff up.
Yep.
Oh, Gabe gave up on that point right there. He stood up there, put his hands down by his side. Georgia ended up getting it back.
9-5-2 for Johnson's serve. Great cross-court dink there. Pressure on from Tardio, and Sincola just can't get the lift he needs. Sets up game point opportunity here for Johnson and Tardio.
Ooh, that's a tough ball to try and earn on right there. Very tight to the net. Fudge just bumped it up and over.
That's a 10-5 shot.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Up by 5, he's going to try and make something happen. Hopefully gets a body. So only issue with that right there is that
back cross court.
Right, as Fudge speeds that up, she goes cross court, and then she's open and vulnerable cross court. If she brings that back, she can close that space off and close that ground.
Oh, nice drop from Fudge. Tweener from Tardio. It's back over the net into the point. And Johnson with the finish. Forehand right down the middle across the court to get the ball back on their side.
Well, beautiful lob right there from Megan Fudge up and over Tardio. He jumped like he was going to hit the overhead, but instead sets his feet, comes back. Beautiful tweener. Almost a tweener drop.
So another game point opportunity here.
Oh, just back on the heels. Slapped at it with an open face paddle. That was very tough for Johnson to try to keep in the court right there.
Can third time be the charm here? Tardio with the game point on his paddle.
Woo! ATP defense
winner.
from Megan Fudge. Not only defense, but an absolute missile forehand winner down the middle.
Johnson doesn't come over fully on that one either. Typically, we'll see her coverage of the middle be a little bit more than what it was.
Fudge goes for the drop again. That time, though, not a good recovery.
Well, good lob right there again from Megan Fudge. Gets Tardio off balance again, pushes him back, but then Tardio recovers well enough to come back up to the cookie line, be able to put that away.
off the net from Tardio, and so it will be a point here for Fudge and Sincola. They've been sitting at 5 for quite a few service sides. See if they can build on it.
Running through it.
Time out.
There it is.
And it's like you're a coach or something. Knows what he's talking about. So it'll be a timeout called here on the court by Johnson and Tardio. 2 points added to the score of Fudge and Sincola. Some impressive highlights, though, here in this stretch. Take another look at this one in particular. Our Gamma Live to Play rally of the match, understandably so.
Well, nice tweener, almost drop shot there from Tardio. And again, recovers beautifully, and then Georgia Johnson with a big forehand winner down the middle. But again, it started with a great lob from Fudge, pushing Tardio back. But again, it's about recovering off that lob, not trying to do too much. And they do. Back in the point.
So Fudge with 2 really good, really well-placed lobs in that little section, but really good defense, too, by Johnson and Tardio.
Well, and what she's actually doing, too, I just stepped out of the booth real quick to see exactly where the sun is. She's throwing those lobs up into the sun. So Tardio's not able to, well, he's already been caught on the push-off as well, so he's a little hesitant to take that out of the air with the push-off fault. But he's also losing it a little bit with Fudge throwing it up into the sun.
Nothing lost there for Tardio. Winner forces the side out of the timeout.
Well, a good timeout and a good adjustment. The 2 points before the timeout, Tardio and Johnson kind of rushed through their shots, overswung. This time, Tardio stays more compact, gets that ball back down to the feet of Fudge.
Another game point opportunity here for Johnson and Tardio. Leaves that short, does Tardio. So on to their second serve.
Numerous opportunities here. Last thing you want to do is let 2 veterans back in the game like Fudge and Sincola. They'll make you pay.
Case and point right there. Dominic Catalano as Fudge and Sincola battle off another game point opportunity. Get the ball back on their side, trailing by just 3. It's going to be Sincola with the serve.
So much better ball movement there from Megan Fudge and Johnson Cola. What you're seeing right now, just a little tightness from Johnson and Tardio. Not being aggressive with the dinks, almost just patty caking back and forth.
Placement, well done there from Sincola. And what was once a 5-point lead has dwindled to just 1 here on championship court. Johnson Cola with a chance to tie us up.
Still on first server here, too. So that was much better movement there from Johnson and Tardio. And that's what I'd like to see Tardio and even Johnson go back behind Johnson Cola to the backhand side. Just drop it to the tee of the sideline and the kitchen line.
Well-placed overhead winner there from Tardio. Get the ball back on their side.
And that was really the first time that Johnson and Tardio have been aggressive to the right hip of Megan Fudge. Created that last pop-up. They've worked the softer shots there, but never quite attacked there yet until that last one.
What patience shown throughout that point.
There was 2 swing and misses in there from Sincola and Megan Fudge, but that's ultimate teamwork right there, backing each other up. I think they fought off 6 match points already.
This would be the 7th. And it is. Wow.
This is very reminiscent of what we saw from them in Miami. Had a large lead and then just could not close it out.
And just like that, Sincola and Fudge once trailed by 5 when Johnson and Tardio still had 10 on their side, and now tied it up, and a critical one because it's at that 10-point mark. Must win by 2.
Yeah, and Megan Fudge looking at Sincola going, that's yours. She's going to get that off her shoe top. Sincola's about 2 steps behind, going to get it off a bigger bounce.
10-10-2, the score for Fudge's serve.
Oh, no, I think she changed her mind,
Yeah.
looked like, right? Like she was going to almost flick it.
Well, because Tardio had come so far around,
Yeah.
he was looking for an Ernie and then realized he couldn't do it, so he hit an inside-out forehand back down the line. She was going to speed it up down the line and then realized that he was right there.
Oh, great hands off the tape.
And that one also off the tape, but Fudge just can't get the paddle on top of it to bring it down. Goes long, excuse me. So it will be another game point opportunity here for Johnson and Tardio. And this time Johnson with the smart move gets out of the way, the flick gone long, and so finally it is Tardio and Johnson who take a very hard fought game 1 here in our mixed doubles quarterfinals. Whew, we're gonna recover for a minute. Game 2 when we come back.
No, since I've been using Leo rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. It has been really a game changer for me, so I highly recommend it to everyone.
That's what makes it so different. The whole idea about balanced compression, it improves your blood flow, reduces your fatigue. At the end of the day, you feel so much better.
I feel comfortable, I feel supported, I feel like I can train harder, train longer, recover faster, and feel supported while I'm playing. And that's so crucial for me, especially in singles when I'm trying to play against the youngest. I'm not the youngest out there, but I try and play against the youngest.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious. With better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
Take a look at some highlights from game 1. Tight one for Tardio and Johnson. We're up by 5 at one point. But Fudge and Sincola able to fight their way back. You see a couple of the lobs there from Megan Fudge. And then this last one from John Sincola. Just a little too deep. He had hit a couple of those for winners earlier on in the game. That ball was a little bit lower, forcing it to go out by only a couple of inches.
Yeah, but a great comeback. Almost take that. Even though you lose game 1, use that comeback you had in game number 1 to your momentum and to
just
your
get a better start
favor
in game 2.
and start and pick up right where you left off.
That's exactly what Megan Fudge is going to try to do here. She starts off game 2 with a serve. And that time,
I think it landed right on the baseline.
Miss hit right there, but went in.
Tardio looks over at us and was like, was that him?
that baseline, not a great angle for us. So even if we could answer that question, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing so.
We're always the defaults for everybody. They look at us like we know everything.
Well, I mean,
AJ does. Chad and I don't.
I think you guys got it pretty dialed.
That is a great drop right there to start from Gabe Tardio. That's right at the feet of Megan Fudge. She's got to back up off the line and play that off a bigger bounce.
No, Dom just gave the smart male answer as far as we don't know everything. Whereas he was saying that you know everything because you're
being very
of
sweet.
the female variety.
It's because I'm me.
But what about
Right?
that speed up from the female variety, Georgia Johnson, right there at the face of Johnson Cola?
Tried to rush it back cross court so he could close middle. And you're watching Megan Fudge and Georgia Johnson go cross court right there. Two different styles with the forehand. Obviously, Megan Fudge with a little bit more of a open stance or a drop back stance.
That one just a little bit wide from Tardio. So they do have to give the ball back to Fudge and Sincola, but not before they get themselves a 3-0 lead here in game 2. Fudge trying to get her team on the board.
Second serve.
That one just rushed a little bit there from Sincola. Feet was still moving. Didn't fully get set, so when he tried to add the top spin to that, it became more of a flick.
Out of bounds there. So despite the great finish to game number 1 from Sincola and Fudge, finding themselves in far too similar of a situation here in game 2, trailing by multiple points early on. Sheesh, some great athleticism shown there by Johnson, but Sincola so steady in the middle before he finds a way to put it away.
Well, the fact that she got to that and then did something with it on the drop shot from Sincola and then recovered. Beautiful from Georgia Johnson.
And that's one where Georgia Johnson's dink style can get her in trouble a little bit. She takes the ball more on a half volley than letting that ball kind of come to the peak. And that one got back behind her and trying to take it on a half volley, came out very flat.
0-3-2.
So it'll be Sincola with the serve, still looking for their first point of this second game, and not going to get it there.
Well, rush that one too as he's trying to move through the drop shot. Set your feet, hit it, and then go instead of hitting it and running up at the same time.
Right shoulder.
That's just a beautiful read there from Gabe Tardio. He reads this off the paddle from Megan Fudge, steps in nicely, and like Chad said, right shoulder. But again, it's that chicken wing spot where Sincola's jammed up.
That time. Can't get the ball back over the net. Having a little bit of clarification here.
That's what I was just about to say. So Brett Hutless giving the explanation there. We've heard him say a couple of times, by rule, the call stands. Fudge has asked him if that ball was in or out. Tardio asked him if that ball was in or out. What needs to happen right now is these players need to start making a call. Then the referee will be asked. Okay, we're getting a challenge here where Tardio is challenging the fact that he didn't make a call.
But here's the thing.
Cutlass called it in by rule. There's a no call, so the ball's in.
And I know this is it. That's exactly what Sincola came over to Brett was he played the ball, and if you play the ball and then make the call, you can't do that. You have to make that call immediately. So John Sincola, very smartly, very heady, comes over and asks Brett Cutlass, hey, he played it. So by rule, you can't challenge that if you've already played the ball. So nice job from John.
Exactly, and as this rule gets incorporated here on the APP Tour, we're going to see players start to figure out how to make sure that it works out, right? And with the rule as it stands now, it has to be on a call immediate, like the end of the point.
In that situation, make the call and play the ball, right? Rather than the latter of what he did.
Because it would have had to have been the onus, could have been on Fudge and Sincola to challenge an out call. But
yes.
Correct, right,
yes.
exactly.
That would have been how Fudge and Sincola could have gotten that point.
So technically, that ball didn't end the point because Tardio played it. The rule, the call was that the ball was in.
Yep. So you can't go back and challenge a ball that you
didn't
played
end
on.
the point.
Exactly. So when it all shakes out, it is still a 5-0 lead here for Johnson and Tardio in 6-0 lead.
0-6-1.
So it is 0-6-1 for Fudge's serve now. Still looking to get on the board. Johnson and Tardio just relentless in these points.
We saw early in game number 1 what gave Fudge and Sincola the advantage. They were speeding up. They were dictating the point. Then it got settled down. Johnson and Tardio go on that run. I'd like to see Fudge and Sincola get on the attack again. Get on the attack early. Work with that shake and bake.
When in a situation like that, when you have the serve, how do you, well, we'll come back to it the next time because I'm curious how you think that you'd like to see them play with the ball. Right now it is Johnson and Tardio with an opportunity to extend this lead here in game 2. And they do. Beautiful ball from Tardio.
Yeah, good finish right there from Gabe Tardio. Good point construction. Again, coming out on top, and you get the timeout here from Fudge and Sincola. And again, it's got to be, they have to pick up the pace here. Have to pick up the pace and dictate play.
Have to pick up the pace and figure out how to get on the board. Do Sincola and Fudge as they trail by 7 here in game number 2. Timeout called on the court, which gives us the opportunity to tell you about what happened last week. The APP, UTR, and American Cancer Society, and now, so the APP, UTR pickleball leagues. You can go to the APP Global /pickleball leagues to learn a little bit more about this really cool initiative we've got going on. Good crowd filling in here on Championship Court.
Servers, 2 timeouts.
And it is Fudge and Sincola on their heels here in this second game. They drop game 1, 12-10, but battled all the way back from being down by 5. Gonna have to battle here yet again if they want to force a decisive game 3, and that's a good start out of the timeout to force Johnson and Tardio onto their second serve.
Yeah, it's a must coming out of this timeout. You got to have 2 holds here, not give up any more points. Wow, dots the corner, does Gabe Tardio, and they are cruising here in game number 2.
8-0-2.
8-0-2 for Tardio's serve. And right into the shoulder of Fudge, and
didn't even move the paddle on that one, just dropped it down and was like, yep, you got me.
Well placed by Tardio. Fudge trying to get around it, but just puts too much on it, as she does. So a timeout called as Tardio and Johnson find themselves in a familiar place, which is game point on their paddle here against Fudge and Sincola. What do you read into this, Dom?
Well, a 5-point deficit's a lot easier than a 10-point deficit.
Yes.
From game number 1, Captain Obvious, I know. But here's the thing is that you've had Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio kind of not take their foot off the accelerator there, right? So they've come out, and this is when you can play free, right? You can come out here. We're at 10-0.
Not too free, though.
Right,
not too free.
But you could come back right here on this point and say, hey, we're not going to drop or dink one ball here. Let's go. Let's come out and let's go right at them, force them into a mistake. If you don't get it, okay. You know, it's still 10-0 here if you make a mistake.
So you want to see a little bit of aggression?
Oh, go for it right here. Go for it.
But, Chad, you'd like to see a little control still.
Well, the reason why I say not too free is because they were up by quite a large score in Miami and ended up losing it.
They don't do that here in Delray Beach. Instead, Tardio and Johnson, with authority, take our mixed doubles quarterfinals match number 2 over Megan Fudge and Johnson Cola. Really savvy play from the two younger players. We'll hear from them when we come back.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. People ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Got tired.
So, a much cleaner game 2 for Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio, making the adjustment after a much closer comeback from Fudge and Sincola. And taking game 1, 12-10, and then 11-0 in game number 2. It's Johnson and Tardio moving on. We're going to throw it down to Dominic Catalano for our Franklin post-match interview.
All right, Gabe, I'll start with you. They came out firing really quick, really fast. Was it something that you guys needed to adjust to? Almost going into that match, they came out with a really nice start.
Yeah, no, I think, we didn't have a game plan at all. I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, they were, like, playing really well. At the end, we couldn't quite finish. They got some insane gets. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Well, Georgia, I'll go to you. When they do come back in game number 2, they have a little momentum. You do finish it, in game number 1. What was the game plan going into game number 2 to kind of slow that momentum down for them?
Yeah, I feel like, the points were pretty close. A couple missed hits by us, and we just needed to get back to how we were playing in the beginning of, or the middle of game one. And I think we did that pretty well.
Now, moving on to the semifinal, J.W. Johnson, your brother, and Millie Rain, you guys are playing against. Game plan going in there, Gabe? Any game plan? You got to have a game plan against them.
Speed ups to J-Dub. That guy has really slow hands, so I mean, that's pretty much our strategy going on to the match. And then, yeah, I mean, we're just going to dink Millie down, and I think it's going to be easy, but we'll see.
All right, well, there you have it from Gabe Tardio. We'll move on. We have one more quarterfinal here on Championship Court at the APP Vlasic Classic in Delray Beach.
I'm Ariel Pastori-Sebring here with Vlasic Pickles, and we're putting the pickle in pickleball. In pickleball, the term pickled is when you don't score any points in a game. This grilled Vlasic pickle recipe will score you all the points. Slice them in half long ways. Skewer your pickles, put those babies on the grill. Now we're gonna make our range. Roll in crushed potato chips. Winner's grilled pickles.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Ora Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
The APP is sponsored by SI Tickets, official ticketing partner of the APP Tour. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. And Ora Organic, rooted in science, powered by nature.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's Best Eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
The APP is sponsored by Yola, for the champion in you. Humana, official healthcare partner of the APP Tour. And Fat Tire, crisp, bright, easy drinking. Earlier this week, the Fort and APP broke ground in Fort Lauderdale on what will become the premier pickleball venue in the world. Opening in winter of 2024, the fort is going to have 43 dedicated pickleball courts, 14 weatherproof courts, and the world's first pickleball stadium court. The fort is also going to serve as the APP's headquarters and training facility and will host a number of APP events in the coming years. Dom, you got a chance to check that out.
Yeah, I was there yesterday at the groundbreaking. Was absolutely amazing. The turnout, too, for the groundbreaking was great. It was the groundbreaking, but they have been going already on site, and it is starting to shape up and come together. The pro shop walls are starting to take form, which we saw yesterday, but some amazing people that are behind that, and it is just an absolute phenomenal facility when that gets done.
You saw Andre Desu at the groundbreaking as well. Certainly one of the most prominent players here on the APP Tour, especially on Championship Court. This guy we see a lot of, and understandably so. Look at that. 2023, he had 20 APP gold medals, leading the APP Tour in medals. Today, he is playing with Jill Braverman, and one of the things that you guys were talking about is how excited you are to see this partnership work from a personality shown on the court perspective.
Well, they've been loud. Jill and Andre haven't been on center court yet, but we've heard them.
You can hear Jill from anywhere in the
vicinity. She is fiery. She wants to play that way, and that's when she's playing well, when she is engaged in the match. So that is how she stays engaged. And with her and Andre, that is a lot of firepower on one side of the net. So they're a dangerous team here this weekend.
And it's going to be Brandon Lane and Emily Ackerman who have to contend with that firepower, brought to you by Desu and Braverman. When you look at this partnership, Chad, between Lane and Ackerman, what should we look for?
All right, Brandon Lane is playing the best pickleball that I have seen him play today. He's being aggressive in the middle, really going at it, and Emily Ackerman just isn't missing. She's controlling up at the kitchen line, setting Lane up and going through. But the test is going to be, we talked about Braverman being loud. Now, she fuels herself with that loudness, but she also does it to intimidate her opponents. Emily Ackerman has now become a more established pro. However, she's still young. And it's something where when somebody starts getting in your face and is loud and intimidating and everything else like that, it's very difficult for you not to feel that pressure.
It's a matter of matching it. And Brandon Lane, somebody that we have seen a few times here on Championship Court, particularly last year. And if I remember correctly, he has the ability to bring that fire a little bit. So we'll see how that duo with him and Ackerman work out here. Certainly big task ahead as they take on Desu and Ackerman here on Championship Court in our mixed doubles quarterfinal number 3 here at the APP Vlasic Classic, Delray Beach. Game 1 getting underway with Emily Ackerman's serve.
Oh, my goodness.
First one, Braverman caught with a feet still moving. I was going to say something else right there, but
she almost looked like she was expecting that to clip the tape or go into the net. Didn't even have her paddle up. Well, that's what Braverman does so well, too. You watch her reset that ball. She doesn't even move, right? Paddle doesn't move. She uses your pace against you to reset that ball.
So it'll be a side out here. Ackerman with the serve. Great placement there from Lane, catching Desu, trying to cover for Ackerman off the dink. And instead it's a second serve. Desu with it. Lane goes for the
little gust of wind there at the same time as well.
For me too, this is almost what we call those trap games for Desu and Braverman. I think this is a good matchup for Ackerman and Lane, because Emily Ackerman's forehand roll is nasty. If she can get Braverman to pop one up, Lane has been playing very well, and he's very aggressive in the middle. He could take control of the middle right there on Ackerman's dink.
That forehand from Ackerman into the net, so onto their second serve, 1-1-2.
Ooh, she tried to hold back.
Couldn't quite pull the paddle back in time, so it will be a side out here. Braverman and Desu with a chance to take the lead.
Yes, the body. She was going for body there. Somehow, I don't know if that went between the body and the chicken wing right there from Braverman.
Desu goes, nice leave. And I think Braverman was like, I didn't really leave it. I missed it.
That's one of those tomato. You know?
Right, exactly.
Did I miss it intentionally or unintentionally? Either way, it's a 2-1 lead here. Jill Braverman with the serve.
You know, me personally, I just say tomato. It's not
Constantly.
Yeah.
What if I say
tomato? Just isn't in my vocabulary as much. I have to think too much to say tomato.
Why is she yelling at us?
Well, she's looking at me. She's looking at me
she's
because she was
over.
part of the next gen team. We were talking earlier about some adjustments that she can make as far as body positioning. But I did get the opportunity to work with Emily all of last year.
Well defended ATP, but Braverman just with too much on it. Lane does a good job getting the ball back over the net by Desu there to clean it up, get the point. Another look here.
That's great defense here from Lane. He cleanly picks that, but again, too much and great coverage in the middle from Desu. And all of a sudden, it was 1-1 and it was tight. And now all of a sudden, a 4-point run from Desu and Braverman really quick to take control of this first game.
AJ's got the arms stretched out wide saying Desu's wingspan. I don't even think that you, with a full wingspan, cover half of Desu's wingspan.
I'm going to go with you're probably right. At 5'4" to his 6'5", I don't think.
Well, he's 6'5" with like a 9-foot wingspan.
Right.
So,
yeah, I don't think that's going to work for me. Not well. Remember, gymnast. So.
Well, so you look at Andre, right? He's got his hands down by his side, and his hands are way past mid thigh. So, yeah, it's quite a wingspan. Plus, throw a lunge in there.
Sheesh.
Boy can cover some court.
That time, though, the forehand into the net, so it will be a side out here. Brandon Lane trying to get himself and Emily Ackerman back into this first game. Great reach there from Desu, but a well-read off the net cord from Ackerman, and then Desu sails that ball long. Ooh, another well-placed speed up there from Brandon Lane.
Yeah.
Getting Ackerman fired up.
And that's a very good speed up there from Lane. He goes into the right armpit of Braverman. Knows that ball's going to come back, but she can't do anything with it.
That one just a little bit long off two-handed backhand from Ackerman. So on to their second serve. And it will be Emily with it. 3-5-2 your score here on Championship Court in our mixed doubles quarterfinal. That
Emily
time it was
Ackerman going at it.
Changing the pace, ready for the speed up and the finish from Ackerman to make this just a single point game.
That's a good setup there from Ackerman. She speeds up that ball through the middle and then transitions straight to the two-hander.
And just like that, Brandon Lane again, well-placed ball into the body of Jill Braverman. ties things up here in game number 1.
The best thing you're seeing right now is Brendan Lane is the biggest Emily Ackerman cheerleader right now. He is telling her and pumping her up, telling her, keep going, keep going. And she
she's
is.
going to.
Wow.
And when you get one like that, you can see the momentum, the challenge, the excitement here from Lane and Ackerman, and understandably so when you look at a point like this.
Well, Ackerman is choosing her spots exceptionally well right now. We saw her go, left hip on Braverman, steps up, forehand, right hip, then goes to Desu. Desu playing on the right there gets too big, and that ball gets behind him a little bit, and he hits it in the net. Usually, he's playing in the middle. The attack is coming cross court. That swing matches up. But when that ball is when he's playing on the right there, it's just too big of a swing. We see that good speed up there from Brandon Lane, going cross body on Jill Braverman. Right now, they are setting the tempo. They are being the aggressors, and typically, that's not what Braverman and Desu have been used to in their respective partnerships up until this point.
So out of the timeout, good response here from Desu, and Braverman gets the ball back on their side as Lane leaves that just a little short.
Well, he tries to cut that through the wind, and he just doesn't get enough on it. So, again, wind in his face there, it's tough.
Up from Lane, just misses deep.
That's ambitious. You got to stay in that point. You know he's baiting you into that. He's making you think that that ball is there, and it is not.
6-6-1 the score for Desu's serve.
There it was, right? That's the setup we talked about, Chad, right? It's that roll cross court from Ackerman, and it's going to get Lane a ball right there that he can handle in the middle, and he does.
Well, Braverman's a lot flatter with that forehand dink than Ackerman.
Oh! Emily Ackerman saying, I'm short. I feel you, sister. It's not fun when you just realize you can't get up that high for that point. So it's a lead here for Desu and Braverman. And Andre Desu extending it.
And now all of a sudden you're hearing Braverman. And that's an issue for Ackerman and Lane. If you can hear Braverman talking, she is engaged and she's in the point. That's when she's at her best.
Emily Ackerman, as soon as Desu made that call about, she's like, no.
No, she looked at us. She goes, can we challenge? Can I challenge? You do what you want.
Instantly challenges.
So she can challenge that point because if you've been with us all day, right, you can challenge that point because it ended the point. That's why you can challenge that ball. So now the onus was on Ackerman and Lane for the challenge.
Oh, yeah, that ball's in.
And it just clips the sideline.
So I want to go back to the beginning of that point when Lane sped up at Braverman when she was at the kitchen line. Did you hear her? He sped up at her and she went, nope.
Okay.
I mean, all she did was she put her paddle in the right spot. It sounded to me like she said, nope, right there, and that's perfect. But again, when she's engaged like this again, this is where she's dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
So lead referee Melissa Ownby call is overturned. Tracking referee is Trish Winrow, and our video referee
Trish
Stewart.
One with Emily Ackerman serving.
So good challenge there from Ackerman.
So it will be ball back.
That one must have just been deep. But why I was laughing was the ball was literally at the right foot of Emily Ackerman right there, and she's telling Brandon Lane to go for it.
Yeah, I don't know what she was thinking. It was definitely her ball. All lanes there in the middle. Good read. But again, just gets a little too big on the backswing.
8-6-1.
Lane can't get that dink back over the net, so it will be Braverman and Desu with the point here after a few scoreless service-sides exchanged.
9-6-1.
9-6-1 for Braverman's serve. That was a great exchange there between both teams, but Desu showing off not just the wingspan, but how quickly he can move around the court as well.
Yeah, that's too good there from Desu, getting all the way up, and then Ackerman tries to lob him. No chance there.
So it's a game point opportunity here. Great get there, Lane and Ackerman staying in that point. Braverman now engaging with Lane as he gets that one to drop. So second game point opportunity here, Desu with the serve. And what a well-placed cross-court dink from Jill Braverman. 11-6, Andre Desu and Jill Braverman take game one here in our mixed doubles quarterfinal number 3. That was a lot of fun. Let's play another, shall we? On the other side of this break.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
From tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
The APP continues its commitment to the future of pickleball with the APP Junior Circuit, a collection of 3 tournaments around the country for players aged 18 and younger. All players will be eligible to participate in the APP Junior National Championships held in December at the Fort, the APP's headquarters in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. For more information, visit theapp.global. Well, game 1 was a lot of fun. Let's see what game 2 has in store. Jill Braverman with the serve.
Jill's all over it, too. Like, she had her paddle in the perfect spot. She's right there. She's so mad she missed that reset. Every other one so far, this match has been perfect.
So a side out, and it's now Emily Ackerman with the serve.
I was just about to say, you know, Ackerman is not afraid to go toe-to-toe with Diascu right now. She's seeing the ball really well. She's staying nice and compact with the swing.
She's not afraid to go toe-to-toe with anybody. Ackerman's not afraid of anybody, not afraid of anybody's pace. Her hands are so quick. She loves that firefight. Oh, get out. I don't think he was looking.
I don't think so about that.
Great
Ooh,
lead
just
there
out.
from Lane. Sailed just a bit deep. So a 2-0 lead here for Lane and Ackerman. Here to start game number 2. 2-0-2. Lane with the serve.
Diascu saw that early. You know, it was a big swing. Put a lot of pace on top of that one. Get it down toward the feet of Brandon Lane. Tried to counter, but very difficult to keep the ball in the court when you're countering from down up.
That ball from Lane just a little bit wide. 1-2-1 for Braverman serve.
Oh, how? She was off balance.
It's going to hit her in the shin.
Yeah, exactly. Except we can't repeat that live. So Jill Braverman just mouthed something toward us, and she was just as surprised as we were.
Same move that time for Braverman as she comes into the middle.
The best is she's pissed she didn't get the second one. She's so mad. That's so good. Such good hands from Braverman.
Pushes them on to their second serve, and another point there.
And this is the thing with Jill, too. She's very streaky. When she's hot streaky, like, again, we've said it numerous times, it's dangerous.
Oh, that time unfair from Andre Diascu with the Ernie right back into the body of Ackerman.
Well, I mean, it's a good move. There's not much that Brandon Lane could do right there after the ball caught the tape. He tries to bump it back over. But again, Diascu with his reach. Relatively easy Ernie for him there.
Right, it's unfair because it's too easy. It's like unfairly easy for him to hit a ball like that, which is not the easiest shot in pickleball.
But again, right there, the roll from Emily Ackerman into the more flatter forehand from Jill Braverman is going to create pop-ups.
That time Diascu, well-placed ball just out of the reach.
So I'd like to see Lane right there, instead of trying to go back cross-court, inside out to Desu, go right down the line to Braverman, or try and go right at her. Because she's playing defense on that. She's not countering it. Try and get another good ball after that.
Lucky roll there.
Ooh, that's
Great
a nice
flip
setup
there from Ackerman. Set up well by her partner, Brandon Lane.
Dirty.
3-4-2, the score for Lane serve.
Around.
Well defended.
Oh, he tried to absolutely murder that ball.
But why? Why?
There's no need.
No, but the reason why.
Well, Diascu gets everything back.
Correct.
That's why.
See,
I know where you were going
You know where
with
I'm
it,
going
but
with
there's
that.
still no reason for it. Look at the angle he's got.
Right.
He could have put it in the DJ booth.
DJ Mez is up there.
He
On
was
the
just would
ones
have
and twos.
swatted at that.
On the ones and twos up there.
instead sends it into the net, so it'll be a side out here.
Well, like you said, it's the defense
Yeah.
of Braverman and Desu that force you to try and do too much with that ball right there.
So a chance here for Braverman and Desu to extend their lead in game number 2. That time, Lane not putting much on it.
Not missing that one.
Nope. Fool me once. But that time, Lane keeping the pressure on throughout that entire point. Enough that Desu wants to take a look at the ball, make sure it's not dented before he goes to serve it. 4-3-2, Desu with the serve.
Nice little score right there from Emily Ackerman.
Ackerman with the scorpion right out in front. Watch her squat down here perfectly.
Almost like it's more like a cobra almost. Just sit, pounce, and freaking strike.
Oh, changed her mind. Looked like she wanted to speed up, thought better about it. Doesn't, and then goes off the top of the tape.
So on to their second serve, Ackerman with it, 3-4-2.
From here,
close.
looked
From
out.
this side, it looked out.
But
so the issue there in that one, Brandon Lane had control of the point. Short, compact, getting that ball on quick. Then he tried to do a little too much with it, caught the net cord, and it allowed Desu and Braverman back into the point and control it like they want.
So Braverman working on a 5-3 lead here.
Oh,
great placement there. Ackerman recognizing.
I formation there for Desu and Braverman, but it's not a fault, right? It was a drive, and Braverman was going and trying to shake and bake right there. It's a good shot from Ackerman.
And that left a little bit short from Desu, so ball back on the side of Lane and Ackerman. Brandon Lane with the serve. 3-5-1. Great leave there. Ackerman and Lane communicating well to get themselves a point.
Yeah, it was the defense of Emily Ackerman right there to be able to reset that ball through transition. Kept them in that point.
Nice dig from Brandon Lane right there on the overhead from Braverman. She hit a good shot right there. That was down and low. But Lane digs that out and keeps him in the point.
Another look here. Great get there. All together. Well played point, and then as he's trying to go through the transition zone, Lane with the forehand short.
He's running around that, and it's low. That's a tough ball. Drop that in and work your way to the kitchen line.
The speed up there from Desu, but Lane and Ackerman ready for it.
He pulled the string right
Pulled the string on it. It was the changeup on the first one, and then gets on top of the second one. I like it.
It's a little 3-0 run here by Lane and Ackerman. Miscommunication in the middle. Get away with it. That time, though, Ackerman can't put enough on that paddle.
She gets so upset with herself when she misses that ball that she deems easier because the other one she's had to scramble to get to.
So it's 5-6-1, the score for Diescu's serve.
Just wide right there. Got a little too big with the backswing.
Ties us up, 6-6-1.
That's just a great job from both Diescu and Braverman, putting Ackerman in the corner. They're not letting her out, not letting her get that topspin roll.
Lane reaching in, takes the ball out of the air, but can't get any help off the net cord, so a timeout called here on the court by Ackerman and Lane. They went on a little 3-0 run there to get themselves a 1-point lead, but as soon as they got the ball back on their side of the net, Diescu and Braverman taking control of this game again, now with an 8-6 lead here in game 2.
The difficulty right there for Brandon Landon, we've seen it a couple of times, not just in this one but previous matches, is you're in attack mode and you're taking these little bit larger swings to put more power on it. And then once that ball's reset and it starts dropping below the net, we're still with that biggest swing and we follow the ball down. So we end up hitting the top of the ball and it goes into the top of the net. Once we see some arc on a ball, what we have to think about is now adjusting to the bottom of the ball, shortening up that swing. We can still put pressure on, but we're going to get that shape back. Again, it's easy for us to talk about and say, hey, this is the adjustment that should have been made.
Yeah,
but,
just make it.
We're not game speed. We're looking at a game speed, but we're not adjusting to a game speed.
So instead it is Braverman and Diescu with an opportunity here. They took game 1, 11-6. Sit 3 points away from doing the exact same thing here in game 2. Diescu with the serve.
That's good hands initially from Ackerman, but again, just too much pressure from the big man in the middle, that being Diescu, just putting that ball down low enough where Ackerman goes wide.
Oh, and again. So what Braverman, what Ackerman has been able to do to Braverman, you watch her drop to the forehand side there because she's been rolling to that forehand dink. As soon as Braverman's paddle drops a little bit, even if it's not fully outside the right hip but shading toward that right hip, Ackerman has now rolled back over that left shoulder, and there's no way for Braverman to be able to get back to the two-hander. Oh, shoe off. Becomes part of the court.
He's trying to hit it.
Yes, he is. Oh, that ball was just wide.
Diescu tried to hit it twice.
Yeah.
He literally was aiming for it.
Right there, Emily Ackerman's shoe comes off. If it had been her hat or anything else, even if it's the paddle, it then becomes part of the court. So if the ball hits that, then it's still live. So Diescu's trying to go at the ball right there.
So
because they have to play it off of the shoe if it hits it.
Right.
But a great poise showed there by Ackerman and Lane, not just in ignoring the shoe on the court, but getting the point.
Oh, he missed it. Too big.
Again.
And he knows it. Immediately puts his hands on his head.
See, this is the difference between pushing over that hump and not. Mistakes like that you can't have. It's 8-9-1. Instead, it's 7-9-2.
She's on
Ackerman
it.
ready for the around the post, but just can't get it over the net. So instead, like you mentioned, that error from Lane, instead of an opportunity to tie things up, they've got to give the ball back with just 1 point added to their total. 9-7-1 for Diascu's serve.
It's almost like Emily scared Lane right there as Ackerman's going, go, go, go. It is his ball. He knows that right there.
Match point opportunity for Andre Diascu. Ackerman staying in that point, poised through the whole thing to get Diascu and Braverman onto their second serve.
I mean, especially that match point right there. That's tough.
Whew.
Hey, why not? It's better than being tight and not wanting to miss.
Exactly.
Take your swings. It was a good ball to speed up. She stayed in the firefight. And
But how fitting that it ends with an Andre Diascu Ernie that just looks far too easy. Almost in rhythm was Diascu on that Ernie that finished the match for himself and Jill Braverman to punch their ticket to the semifinals here at the APP Vlasic Classic Delray Beach. We'll talk to the duo when we come back.
So our pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
We'll take another look at match point for Andre Diascu and Jill Braverman. Fitting for Diascu to finish it on an Ernie. But a good effort and a good showing from Ackerman and Lane. Diascu just too strong. We're going to throw it down to Dominic Catalano, who's courtside with our Franklin post-match interview.
Jill, I'll start with you. Knowing Emily's going to use that forehand roll cross court, what's your game plan to defend against that and set up the big man here?
Take it early, and in the first game I was taking it early but hitting it middle, and Brandon was attacking it, and then I thought you just got to get it more across, and I really focused on that spot, and that helped a lot.
And then Andre playing with Jill, knowing she's going to set you up in the middle right there like that, is it a lot easier knowing having that confidence in her cross court?
100%. Obviously, it frees me up to move a lot more of the kitchen line, take a lot more of the middle. Her dings stay so low. She's good at reaching out of the air and rolling, which makes the other team lift the dings, which gets me involved in the game. So, yeah. And she competes really well, so super happy to be advancing to the semifinals. And, yeah, hopefully we'll play one more good match today.
All right, well, congratulations, guys. Moving on to the semifinals. We got one more quarterfinal up next here at the APP Vlasic Classic in Delray Beach.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
No, since I've been using Leo Rubber, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hip. It's been really a game changer for me, so I highly recommend it to everyone.
That's what makes it so different. The whole idea about balanced compression, it improves your blood flow, reduces your fatigue. At the end of the day, you feel so much better.
I feel comfortable, I feel supported, I feel like I can train harder, train longer, recover faster, and feel supported while I'm playing. And that's so crucial for me, especially in singles when I'm trying to play against the youngest. I'm not the youngest out there, but I try and play against the youngest.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Manage ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
The APP is sponsored by Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar. Power Plate, official warm-up and recovery partner of the APP Tour. And pickleballsuperstore.com, official online retailer of the APP Tour.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
APP is sponsored by Partake Brewing, non-alcoholic brews crafted for those who make it happen. Pro XR, innovation you can handle. And Tervis, the original insulated tumbler. Time now to tell you about a very cool initiative we've got here on the APP. Last week, the APP, UTR, and American Cancer Society announced a partnership creating Doubles Dink for Cancer. The program is designed to spark healthier living and raise crucial funds for the fight against cancer through our love of playing pickleball. So if you love pickleball and want to play a role in the ongoing fight against cancer, sign up to be an event director for your community today. Visit the app.global/doublesdink for cancer for more information.
Yeah, just, another way that pickleball can help in dealing with, the problems we have with cancer research and raising money for that. It's absolutely amazing that we are getting involved with that. So another great cause for cancer here in the pickleball community.
And coming up next, we have our finals mixed doubles quarterfinal right here on championship court of the APP Vlasic Classic Delray Beach. We'll get you set for it when we come back.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at oraorganic.com.
One more match to decide who else is going to move on to our semifinals here in mixed doubles at the APP Vlasic Classic Delray Beach. And here are the two teams trying to do just that. Krista Getcheva taking a live look at her right now, and her partner, Nicholas Acevedo, playing on the top of your screen right now. It is Yana Newell with the serve. She's playing with Will Howls, who just hit that ball into the net, and a side out.
Well, Howls playing with a different paddle this week compared to what he has previously been playing with. So still a little bit of an adjustment for him.
And just like that, we got spillage on the court.
Oh, she hit it perfectly underneath the net. And now we've got a rain energy drink slowly seeping out onto the court, into the sun, soon to become nice and sticky.
It might start boiling.
Yep.
A little help off the net there for Acevedo.
Yeah, it was a good reach in and speed up on the first one. As you see, Newell trying to come back into the court, hits it into it. Yeah, we're gonna get clean up on all five over there. No, we're not gonna get clean up on all five. Referees don't have any towels over there.
So it gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit about these partnerships. Some newer faces here to the APP Tour. So what do we know about Getcheva and Acevedo as far as what they're bringing to the court today?
Well, Getcheva has been around for a little while. She is a mainstay on the women's side. Her playing with Acevedo, a newer face that you haven't seen much of. Very good player, very solid player, super athletic, young. Changed paddles going into this weekend, so he is using a new paddle this weekend. So that's kind of interesting.
A lot of pop in that paddle.
Creating a lot more power with that gearbox paddle.
Acevedo with the serve.
That's dangerous.
Point
You
there.
don't want to go there.
Test the two-hand backhand of Yana Newell.
And it's cross-court. It's a cross-court speed up from a low ball. Yana Newell basically sent a thank you note for that.
Can't get enough on that one to send it back over the net. So on to their second serve. It'll be Howls with it.
Ball looked like it skipped on her a little bit.
Same thing, looks at the court. just getting caught standing up and a little bit flat-footed back on the heels.
1-0-1. So no harm, no foul for Acevedo and Getcheva. Ball back on their side, but can't get the point on that first serve.
But even though with all that power and that paddle from Acevedo, saw him play earlier, he controls it really well, doesn't overdo much. Confusion between Howls and Newell in the middle right there, or who's going to take that?
So it'll be 2-0-2 for Getcheva's serve. It seems like neither team is really finding their rhythm early on in game one here.
Well, it's still, feeling each other out as far as what rhythm and what tempo this game's going to be played at. Probably like to see Howls and Getcheva be a little bit more aggressive. Time we see. Howls and Newell. I said Howls and Getcheva. That time we saw Newell driving and catching Getcheva as she was still on the way up.
Good lead there.
There's that pace you're talking about, Chad. Will Howls just going all in right there with third shot drive, fifth shot drive.
2-1. And so with it, ties us up, 2-2-1. And just like that, they were down 2-0, and now quickly have gotten the lead here in game number one. Have Newell and Howls.
I want him just to attack that right now. They haven't had much success.
Either that or just be a more aggressive dink.
Immediately as it came off for foul, Getcheva wanted a little more on that.
Well,
partner to watch.
Short and sitting up right there to Will Howls typically isn't a good combination.
Got away with it there, side out. Chance to tie things up.
That's a nice spot there from Yana Newell as she splits the difference down the middle.
Perfectly placed ball from Newell.
2-3-2.
Another well-placed ball there. Newell finding some spots there.
Well, similar speed up, it changed the spot. Previous one, she went through the middle. This time she goes over the left shoulder of Acevedo, so he's a little late getting there because he adjusts to the previous middle ball.
This time Will Howls, two-handed backhand cross court for the winner.
If I'm on the other side of the net, I'm watching Will Howls serve, and I'm going to be asking the referee for him to watch it as well. That is very high.
So walk me through what you want.
Well, anything above the waist is an illegal serve, and he is very, very close to almost hitting down on this serve.
Borderline with the height of it, and borderline with the paddle, and whether it's actually below the wrist as well.
Even if the referee doesn't call it, you put it in his head. It's a little gamesmanship right there because, again, he has an aggressive serve. So you want to limit it as much as possible.
It'll be his partner, Yana Newell, with the serve. Chance to extend this lead. And they do.
A little ambitious right there off a really low ball for Krista Getcheva to speed up off of. Nice drop right there from Acevedo. Deadens that ball. Howls was well behind the baseline when he hit that and made contact.
So it'll be a side out here. Getcheva with the serve. 2-6-1. Howls with a well-placed speed up to start that exchange and then finishes off with a well-placed ball.
But it was the reset from Newell right there in the middle of the point. Acevedo, good attack from up, down.
Getcheva pushing that one out wide.
Was trying to go a little inside out there down the line and get Howls leaning to the middle.
6-2-1.
Now return.
Yeah.
Sailing wide.
A little late there for Getcheva standing up. Wasn't a huge serve from Newell.
Again, great job by Howls initiating that speed up and then changing direction to get it behind Acevedo. And a timeout called on the court by Acevedo and Getcheva. So we're going to talk a little bit about, dive in a little bit more to this serve from Will Howls that, Dom, you were saying you wanted to keep a close eye on.
Well, yeah, you just want to keep an eye on it and see where it's at.
Belly button.
Ball's up. He's right
He's
at that
right
line,
on it.
right? So, great job there catching that and what we can see in that slow motion breakdown. But again, what it is you're wanting to see and make sure that he's almost not hitting down on that ball right there. He's very borderline. But again, as a player, I'm doing that too until I get called for it.
Yeah.
Because if you do get called for it here, the referee questions it. It's a reserve. So he just has to. All he has to do is reserve that ball. So again, it's not bad if I'm an offensive player like that.
And with the questioning of it, we also know as how many thousands of lessons we have done with people on serving.
Yeah.
As soon as you start thinking about the serve and trying to make an adjustment to your serve, that's where we have the tendency for some yips to come into it.
Oh, she'll take it.
Yeah, a little help off the net for Getcheva, but I really liked the way that point was developing, both teams staying in it.
Well, I think Acevedo missed an opportunity earlier on, too, by not putting away that elevated ball.
Getcheva wants that one back. She had the reset down the line as Howls was pinching middle hard. That's exactly where she wanted to go with that.
We'll see the Howls serve again right here. He doesn't let it drop.
Getcheva's forehand going a little bit wide. So it sets up a game point opportunity here for Will Howls and Yana Newell. Howell with the serve. That ball long. So a side out here. And Getcheva and Acevedo with a chance to dig themselves out of this 7-point hole.
Getcheva and Acevedo certainly take the 10 right now instead of the 2.
Oh, and right there, off the tape right there. And Newell can't catch up to the misdirect.
A little hesitation there from Getcheva on the serve. Pushes that one deep.
Second serve, Acevedo with it. Oh, nice little cross-court Ernie there.
Even if he doesn't clip the tape there, it's an even cleaner winner.
Yeah.
Because he read that so perfectly and created the angle cross-court. Nice job by Acevedo with a good read. Issue right there is when Getcheva goes to hit that shot is the right leg drops back, and what that does is it pulls her right shoulder away just enough, then she ends up getting it late.
So another game point opportunity here for Howls and Newell. And Howls making sure he puts it away with some authority that time. 11-4, the final score of Game 1 here in our final quarterfinals match of the APP Vlasic Classic Delray Beach. Game 2 when we come back.
I'm Vivian Chan here with Vlasic Pickles, and we're putting the pickle into pickleball. In pickleball, a slice is a chop shot used to create backspin on the ball. I'm going to show you how to make a fried chicken sandwich topped with Vlasic sandwich dill pickle chips that will put your taste buds into a spin. Now this is a really big dill.
No, since I've been using Leo River, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. It's been really a game changer for me, so I highly recommend it to everyone.
That's what makes it so different. The whole idea about balanced compression, it improves your blood flow, reduces your fatigue. At the end of the day, you feel so much better.
I feel comfortable, I feel supported, I feel like I can train harder, train longer, recover faster, and feel supported while I'm playing. And that's so crucial for me, especially in singles when I'm trying to play against the youngest. I'm not the youngest out there, but I try and play against the youngest.
Is Daniela Ness. She, as a member of the Delray Beach Pickleball Club, Daniela and her team became actively involved in the Achievement Center, Make-A-Wish Foundation, free pickleball clinics, and even assisted in finding a match for the Gift of Life organization. Nis is known for her passion of pickleball, and it's even quoted as saying, "Pickleball is life." Thank you, Daniela, for everything that you do.
Well, Daniela is one of the best. Chad, you and I, again, we've known Daniela.
I've known her longer because her daughter was Simone's team athletic trainer at Michigan State. So I've known Daniela for
15 years, 16 years.
Yeah, it's been about that long. And then obviously Taylor Niss as well.
Brandon Hubschman is married to Taylor Niss, which is Taylor.
And then Brittany Hubschman, graphic designer for APP, 6 degrees of separation.
Yes, it is.
That one's only 3.
That's the pickleball family. That is the pickleball family at its finest right there.
Game number 2 underway here. 0-0-2 the score for Will Howls.
That's a good initial spot there on the forehand from Getcheva. She went down the tee, right down the middle line.
0-0-1.
Had Newell moving.
That's an excellent spot there from Jana Newell. Good aggressive roll, cross court. Goes toward that right hip of Krista Getcheva. So difficult for her to pick up when she's coming across the body.
Wow, and that was a great initial drop there from Getcheva, pinching Howls into that corner, but then can't get that reset through transition. Got to slow your feet. Split step.
That ball just missing the line on the sideline. So on to their second serve. Everybody still looking for their first points here in game number 2. Howls with the serve.
Oh, great double up there from Howls.
Slips it down the line. Getcheva getting caught on the two-hander.
He gives a little smile as we gave him a compliment over here. Does Will Howls. See, here's the thing is, even though Will Howls, that speed up right there, it's typically not a good speed up. But for him, because he recoils and gets back into a ready position so quick, he's expecting the next ball.
Leaving that one just a little bit short.
Well, there's second guessing there by Getcheva as well. We saw a grip change in the middle of that ball coming to her. Looked like she was going to speed that up down the line. Decided to go back cross court, but with the grip change, it flattened out. And now she's second guessing everything.
Throws her hand up after Will Howls just paints a sideline on that
good,
last point.
Good drop here from Howls. Pushes Getcheva back.
Wasn't even actually that close to the sideline. Opposite side of the court. Oh, good adjustment.
Wow.
Good
nice.
adjustment by Acevedo to get on top of that.
That's a matrix move with the recovery right there. My back's broken just bending like that. Watch him crank back right there.
Oh, man.
Gets the ball back on their side. Getcheva with the serve.
That's great spot from Acevedo as he carves this backhand hard cross court to Howls. Beautifully done there from Acevedo.
Gets him on the board here in game number 2. 1-4-1 for Getcheva, whose serve sails long. Unforced error, trailing by 3. Less than ideal, but Acevedo the second chance at it, and that one also not able to convert. Instead, it is Yana Newell with the chance to extend this lead here in game 2.
Oh, might stay in.
It did.
It's going to stay in. Oh.
Wow.
Too big.
A few miss hits in the middle of that point, but it is Getcheva and Acevedo who recover enough to get it done.
Unbelievable hands from all 4 of these players here. And Acevedo just punishing that forehand in the middle. That's payback.
Howell says sorry as that ball goes off the net and the paddle of Acevedo. Not so sorry. He's not going to take the point, though, so it's a 5-1 lead here in game 2. Howells with the serve. Oh, well-placed ball there. Will Howells, two-handed backhand, filling the spot that Acevedo left open.
Yeah, again, it's Acevedo coming in and trying to end it on that because he was completely moving in a sprint to get to that spot, and he's just out of position.
That ball's just deep. Howell's going for a little more on that serve.
Time, the Howells reaches in and forehand can't get it back up over the net, so crooked number on the board, Dom.
Oh, he just stole his whole saying right there, AJ.
No, I was quoting him. Crooked number on the board.
That's right. I know.
Dash Dominic Catalano. I just shortened
parentheses
it.
Dominic
Exactly.
Catalano.
Exactly. It was a quote. 2-6-2, the score for Getcheva's serve.
Acevedo just outstretched enough that he can't control that ball off his paddle. Again, they do add another, but they need to start adding more than one and not giving up any here as they're starting to pull away, that being Newell and Howls.
So an understandable timeout called here on the court. The score the exact same as it was at this point in game number 1. And in game number 1 from here, it was Howls and Newell who went on to win, with Getcheva and Acevedo only adding 2 points to their total. So what do they need to do, they being Getcheva and Acevedo, out of this timeout that they have called to try and rewrite that story?
I mean, somehow try to find some intensity, pick up the rhythm, do something. They have been predominantly flat in this one. There hasn't been a whole lot of energy coming out from them. Howls and Getcheva have been a lot more aggressive. They've been setting the tone. They've been setting the tempo. I'd like to see Getcheva and Acevedo take a few more risks at this point. I mean, you've been conservative, and we're no different. So now just completely flip the script, be a little bit more aggressive, take some risks, try to put some pressure on Howls and Newell.
There you go. Right out of the timeout.
I was going to say, I want you to break that down a little further. When you say be aggressive, where do you want to see that?
Just like that. Reach in, take some balls out of the air a little bit more. If you get the opportunity to speed it up, where it's a ball in front or even a shorter return, drive it. Go.
Time. A little aggressive, but not quite over the
but
net.
Again, right there, it was Jana Newell that was controlling the point. She was taking balls out of the air, putting Getcheva back on the heels, backing her away from the kitchen line.
And so out of the timeout, Newell and Howls trying to repeat some history here. Howls with the serve.
Oh, he's there. I mean, he's really there. He just doesn't come over the top of it enough.
He was really there, but legs were very, very straight.
Yeah.
So Getcheva with the serve now.
Nice job by Getcheva again right there. Instead of just grip and rip and Howls ready for it, she hits the spot right at the right hip of Howls, jams him up just enough.
3-9-1. Getcheva with the serve. But Will Howls not going to let that one get away without putting it away.
Well, I think just a wrong spot there for Acevedo off of the drive, going cross court at Will Howls. Going to put him at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Will Howls forehand just under the paddle of Getcheva, forcing a side out here.
Yeah, good spot right there from Howls. As Getcheva was sitting on the two-handed backhand, she can't convert over to the forehand, tries to chicken wing it back off the ground, but can't get the paddle over fast enough. Oh, no.
Sheesh.
That's
that
it.
had some
Yours,
shape on it, too.
Yours, mine, yours.
Well, that's what Acevedo is uncoiling from the stack right there. Getcheva has to step over, take that ball in the middle, just to buy him a little bit of time.
Match point opportunity here for Will Howls and Yana Newell, but into the net with the forehand. So second serve.
I like that attack through the transition area. It's a good ball for him to attack.
10-3-2.
Again, that time not in transition, but forehand into the net. So giving away 2 game point opportunities, and now it's Acevedo and Getcheva with a chance to start digging themselves out of this hole. Getcheva ready for the speed up, but Howls more ready for the return.
Well, that's a double shift there as well. And Howls knows with that speed up that Getcheva is going to slide to the backhand and try to take that down the line. So he slides to the backhand as well.
So a missed serve by Getcheva, and third match point opportunity here for Howell and Newell's, and Acevedo's response sails long, so it is Will Howells and Yana Newell who take the match point here in our quarterfinals of mixed doubles. We'll see how they explain how they got it done when we come back.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
The APP is sponsored by AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. Franklin. And Vlasic Pickles, official pickle of the APP Tour.
Will Howls, Yana Newell moving on to the semifinal after an impressive showing against Acevedo and Getcheva. Just a little too much power from Will Howls. Good setup from Yana Newell. And just a couple of too many errors from Acevedo and Getcheva. But an impressive forehand there from Will Howls. We're going to throw it down to Dominic Catalano, who's courtside with our Franklin post-match interview.
All right, Yana, you knew you were going to have a cross-court battle there with Krista. What were you seeing, though? Because you'd go 2 or 3, and then you'd speed up right at that left hip of her. What were you seeing that was giving you that go and that green light?
I think it was just about fundamentals, keeping the ball low, and Will is a tall guy, so he's got good hands, good flick, so he's there to finish the point. So just gotta keep the ball in and you got it all.
And Will, again, we see you speed up balls that we typically wouldn't see sped up. But what happens is you get back into a quick ready position. Is something that you're taking advantage of, knowing that that ball is going to come back and then you're ready for that counter?
Yeah, I just felt really confident with my hands, and I was looking to speed up a little bit and then play the second ball and try to put the second one away. Yana did a great job setting it up and giving me opportunities to look to put the ball away.
All right, well, congratulations, guys. Moving on to that second semifinal. But before we do that, that first semifinal here on Championship Court, coming up next here at the APP, Vlasic Classic, and Delray Beach.
Hey, I'm Chef Chad Rosenthal, and I'm here today with Vlasic Pickles to put the pickle in pickleball. In pickleball, a dill ball is a shot that is inbounds and is bounced only once. It's a live ball. This Vlasic Pickle Dip is a live ball of pickle flavor. Crunchy pickle perfection.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at auraorganic.com.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
APP is sponsored by Power Plate, official warm-up and recovery partner of the APP Tour. Humana would like to recognize John and Amanda Sabalja for the Humana Human Care Spotlight. They worked tirelessly at the Chase APP Miami Open, adding additional shifts to cover when they saw a shortage of hands, and are back in action, helping here in Delray this week. When not volunteering for the APP, they volunteer for several other organizations throughout South Florida and Westchester, New York. Thank you, John and Amanda, for all your generous time and energy. Back to action here at Championship Court. We got our first semifinals of this mixed doubles on a beautiful Friday here in Florida. Coming your way next from the APP Vlasic Classic, Delray Beach.
My name is Chef Jamoke Jackson. I'm here with Vlasic Pickles, and I'm putting the pickle back in pickleball. In pickleball, a chop is a slice from high to low to put a backspin on the pickleball. I'm chopping up Vlasic pickles to make this sweet and savory chopped pickle salad. Feta cheese, Kalamata olives, olive oil, red wine vinegar, lemon juice, sugar, black pepper, toss to mix. Sweet, heat, and full of flavor.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
sponsored by Vlasic Pickles, official pickle of the APP Tour. AARP, helping your health and happiness live as long as you do. And Rainstorm, clean, plant-based energy. A spot in the gold medal match up for grabs for the winner of this match here. Semifinal number 1 of our APP Vlasic Classic, Delray Beach. And what fun is this? Little sibling rivalry to start off our semifinal action. Taking a look at Georgia Johnson and J.W. Johnson there on the foreground here of your screen. Georgia in the red and J.W. in the green. Sibling rivalry.
I hope they would be able to tell the difference between JW and Georgia without pointing out the colors.
Hey, not like you and I screwed up the Newell brothers yesterday.
Yeah,
where
that's
I
true.
went up to Ben's brother yesterday, who's his identical twin, and I was like, Ben, how you doing, buddy? And he was like, I'm not Ben.
I almost told Ben
that
he's put on a little bit of weight, too.
Wow. So here in action, we've got Georgia and JW, and I want to ask you guys a more direct question here, which is when you're playing against somebody that you know so well, both on and off the court, like your sibling, what do you do to try and get the edge?
You can go ahead with that one because
I think right now, with Georgia and JW, they're both so disciplined. If you asked me that question 2 years ago, it would have been a challenge to beat your brother, beat your sister. Now it's a game, and it's nameless, faceless on the other side of the net, so it doesn't matter who it is. They're going to stick to their game plan. So right now, the game plan is going to be Georgia to try and out-dink cross-court Millie Rain. But the issue is going to be can Millie Rain speed up enough at Gabe Tardio to force him into some awkward positions? Because Millie Rain's got a great speed up right now. We've seen it early here in 2024. And so that's my kind of X factor right there is the cross court with the women and with the ladies, with the girls. And what can Millie Rain do to speed up straight on against Gabe Tardio?
So like we said, Georgia Johnson, 7 APP medals in 2024. She has been a mainstay there on the podium throughout the first few events of the year. She's playing with Gabe Tardio. The two of them won a bronze together in Miami, trying to upgrade that medal color here just a few miles north.
They're already giving each other grief right now, Tardio and Johnson.
So, yeah, you talked about Johnson and, yeah. Talked about Johnson and Johnson going against each other. It's more Johnson and Tardio.
Yes.
As far as it's an open season on who can hit the other one first.
Nice spot there from Georgia Johnson, getting it low enough out of the swing path of JW.
Taking a look here at Millie Rain, who's playing with JW, women's doubles gold medalist earlier this year. JW can't get that one over the net. And I want to go back, Dom, because when you interviewed Georgia and Gabe after they won their quarterfinals, Gabe just straight up told you what the game plan was.
Oh, yeah, he's going to try and get in the hands battles with JW, and he's going to beat him on all those. I just don't think that's the game plan.
We've seen that plan in the past.
Not work.
And it doesn't work as well as you think it does.
ATP there from Millie Rain. Just can't put enough shape on it. Forces them to their second serve. Another look.
Yeah, it was there. She had the angle, just didn't get good enough contact to really put that back into the court. All right, right now, all four of these players are respecting each other's hands. Nobody's fully tested it. But I'm watching Tardio as Millie Rain is rolling cross court.
Come
on, Millie Rain, would you stop it?
serious right now? Unbelievable. JW, just get out of the way.
Hey, JW, you don't even need to be on the court. Just let Millie do it all.
Just get out of the way.
2-2-2 the score for Johnson's serve. Oh, that time.
Okay, maybe he does need to be on the court.
All right. Hey, that's a heat check right there, and I like it from Millie Rain. That's just good hands from Gabe Tardio, reading that speed up in the middle, puts his paddle in the right spot.
Yeah, I think that's the situation on that last attack where she goes at Georgia because she's not able to create that same angle back behind Rain.
So on to their second serve are Johnson and Tardio.
Georgia throwing her paddle at Gabe.
3-2-2 the score for Tardio.
It looked easy right there, and it looked like nonchalant, but what he just did with that ball is incredible. The amount of power he gets on just a wrist flick.
All right, and now the testing of the hands comes in, and
Okay.
it's Tardio who got the better end of that exchange.
Okay, he's all smiles, too, up at the kitchen line right now. He loves it.
2-3-2.
But look what they've created the space, and he finds the open area on the sideline right there. That's Tardio.
3-3-2.
Oh, JW just rushed that one, came over the top of it. Missed the opportunity there off the shorter return.
Great placement there from JW right down the middle.
Chad, I'm going to drop a name. Wrist flick.
3-3-2.
And
Oh, you're talking about McGuire flicking it down the line?
No.
I'm joking.
Hold on. But that is true. Nice dig from Georgia. But talk about a guy, and we're going back a little ways here. Hendry Winarto.
Oh, I mean, yeah, you're talking about
Right.
ridiculous wrist flick with the badminton background that Winardo had. You could take a ball from anywhere and flick it at you with pace, and that's where the game has kind of progressed even more from there.
Great job there by.
She kept moving back, though, the issue right there, and that's not an issue. She's trying to gain some ground so she can create better defensive opportunity there, but Tardio makes her pay.
Oh, and that return from Johnson. Sailing long, so it'll be a lead here for Millie Rain as she gets ready to serve.
4-3-2.
What
Oh,
a spot from JW.
He's laughing about it.
I mean, that's, you want to talk about accuracy.
We have Millie from the left.
Tardio goes back. Johnson knows exactly where he's going to put the ball. Doesn't deviate from the line, just a straight line through contact.
That's just so good by Georgia getting on top of that. She gets that down. We talk about that all the time, the speed ups. If you can get, you can have that firefight all you want, but who wins those firefights is who can get the ball down below the kneecaps first.
3-5-1.
So it'll be a side out here. Tardio with the serve. That time Johnson keeping the pressure on Millie Rain. Gets them the point.
Well, and that's a tough change of direction there for Rain as well. One, because she didn't drop back enough and give herself enough space. But two, it almost felt like it was unnecessary right there.
That time Johnson getting big, two-handed backhand down the line to tie us up. Another look at that. Nothing her brother can do about that one. That time Rain placing it well behind Johnson, tries to take it out of the air. Can't get it back over.
5-5-2.
5-5-2 the score for Johnson's serve. Tardio. Line drive into the net. So it'll be a side out.
We're just inching along here in this game.
5-5-1.
That's a good spot right there from Tardio, just out of the reach of J.W. Johnson. He knows he's going to come over and try and poach that ball.
So scoreless side out. Georgia and Tardio.
5-5-1.
With an opportunity here to take the lead. Georgia just can't get her paddle on top of that one.
Well, that's a good job right there from Millie Rain, moving the ball inside and out. And she didn't do, Chad, a couple points ago, where she got jammed up trying to reset down the line. She creates some space, much better ball.
Oh, JW got caught watching right there. There's a good speed up by Rain. Goes cross body, but Tardio's hands all over it as well.
Oh, that time Georgia shapes the around the post perfectly. Brother can only watch that one go down the line.
Yeah, JW just lets this go because there's no chance of him doing anything with it, and he's basically hoping it goes out.
And then into the net, and so it will be JW with an opportunity to exact some revenge. Another look at this around the post. Oh, beautifully shaped there. The Ernie from Tardio into the net.
Hard part right there is he was almost in the middle trying to jump the kitchen right there.
So it's 6-7-1 for JW's serve.
Ooh, just out. I'd like to see Millie Rain kind of tie Tardio up a little bit more. Go inside the shoulders just a little bit. Gave him a little too much room to get extended on some of those balls.
And so, Dom, you mentioned that we were inching along. It's like these two will not let the other team out of their sights. Another tie here in game one.
Wow.
That time, JW got the better of the sibling.
The first
back
ball,
and forth.
the forehand in the middle, one to get to it, two to control it. Oh, wow.
JW is probably the player that talks to himself the most after he misses a ball.
He doesn't talk to anybody else. Oh, just misses that reset. But you're right, Chad.
He
talks
says
to
some of the
himself a lot.
funniest stuff to himself when you read his lips when he's going back.
Like that. Who's that guy online? John Boy Media. have him read lips.
Bad lip reading.
Yeah, there's a bad lip reading on JW.
Oh, that one from Millie Rain called out.
Challenge from Rain
by Tardio.
I might as well right here.
Gonna get a challenge for you. Might as well. I mean, you're at 8-8. Yeah.
So challenge going to be called here on the court. Had a few of these today. A new rule here on the APP Tour in 2024. You can challenge a ball when it is the ball that ends the point. So because Tardio called that one out, Millie Rain with an opportunity to get another look at it from our officials.
Will be close. Head referee Larry Scott. Almost Larry Scott. Oh, that one looks like it's pretty close. Video referee Jack Feinberg going to have a tough call here on that one.
Great job by our production crew getting these cameras set up so we have a perfect look at this one, and
I think
pretty
that
close.
One's going to be called in. Going to go out on a limb. I've been wrong plenty of times.
Been wrong before. I'll be wrong again.
Either way, though, like we've mentioned, if you've been with us for much of the day here on Friday, sometimes these challenges, not just serving as a great opportunity to potentially get a point back or get a replay, but an opportunity to also take a second, reset here in a really critical part of this match.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what I said. I mean, you're at 8-8 right now. It's not a bad call to go for a challenge right now. It's probably a situation where it's a good time for a timeout anyway. So, yeah, I was going to say that I got a better shot of calling a ball in or out, a higher percentage than I am being right at home.
I agree with you 100%.
Because I'm at least 50-50 here.
Right. You got a shot here. At home, you got no shot.
After video review, call stands. We'll proceed. 9-8-1.
You're wrong. I guess I was wrong.
Serving, 2 challenges left.
So you just heard our head referee tell Millie Rain and J.W. Johnson that they have 2 challenges left. What that actually means is they have 2 more challenges to lose left. So they can call as many challenges as they want, but they can only be wrong 3 times. And if they do end up calling for 3 challenges that are wrong, then they're assessed a technical warning, and then it progresses from there. So right now we're having some mic issues with our head referee. There we go. Got the headset working again.
Larry Scott's mic is back on.
9-8-1.
So the score is 9-8-1. Gabriel Tardio with the serve. That time JW was ready for the around the post from Georgia, but way to stay on that point.
Also, Gabe Tardio is ready for the speed up from Millie Rain right now. So he's sitting on it. He's a little more prepared.
Well, I think Rain didn't need to come back as much middle as she did right there.
That time backhand flick right at the feet between Johnson and Tardio.
My goodness.
So game point
yes,
defended.
His backhand flick is harder than your forehand attack.
As yours too.
Debate. Maybe. Pretty close, actually.
Second game point opportunity.
Wow.
Sheesh, well defended, and again, down that point of contention.
Singles and doubles and stole bases. Me hitting the ball
what
hard.
What happened to the speed then?
Me hitting a long time ago.
Side out here. Rain with the serve opportunity to get back point or 2. Nice speed up there from Tardio, and Johnson coming over to make sure her partner stays out of the kitchen line.
She did that a week and a half ago in Miami, too. She caught him, actually.
Grabbed him and threw him out.
That's what you call having your partner's back.
The side out that JW and Millie wanted right there.
So scoreless side out, and now a third game point opportunity here. Georgia Johnson with the serve. And just a really consistent gameplay from Johnson and Tardio to get them game one here in our mixed doubles semifinal. Number one, halfway there to making their way to a gold medal match here at the APP Vlasic Classic, Delray Beach. Game two when we return.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
Game number two of our mixed doubles semifinal coming your way, and plenty of people filling in here on Championship Court, staying out of the sun. Beautiful day here in Florida. Millie Rain and her partner JW Johnson dropped game one to JW's sister Georgia and her partner Gabriel Tardio. Chance to rewrite that here.
Maybe it's Georgia's brother JW.
Right, exactly.
She's the one that's
maybe
got
Georgia's,
the lead
she
right
got the
now.
upper hand.
You're not
Georgia's
wrong.
brother, yeah.
JW's living in her shadow right now.
It's true.
And here's the thing. A year ago, this would have been like, whoa. Now, Georgia and Gabe winning right now against them, they're playing just as well as anybody.
Had to adjust off of that one. Not only was Tardio moving to the left, tried to clear that forehand, then kicked up a little bit higher. So double adjustment there.
And a quick 3-0 lead here for Rain and Johnson.
3-0-2.
3-0-2.
Oh,
tried twice. he screened her twice.
Somehow she got the first one back. The second one was a little tougher.
0-3-1.
That's a very good ball there behind Millie Rain. Tough for her to try to take that one cross court. Better off going back between the feet of Tardio or even left foot of Georgia.
Full on attack right there from Georgia Johnson. She's not going to miss that one very often. She got what she wanted there.
So 1 point for Johnson and Gabriel Tardio, but it is quickly back to the side of JW and Millie Rain. 3-1-1. She was going for the cross-court dink there. Leaves it a little bit short.
3-1-2.
So 3-1-2.
Nice spot there from Tardio. And again, we didn't even mention it in game one. The wrist flicks and control from Gabe Tardio.
Yeah.
It's gotten so much better, so much more control with it. And from kind of a very different grip. Talk about that in a second. He chokes up on the paddle so much too, but doesn't use anything like, he doesn't use like a Eastern, right? He's more continental and chokes way up on the paddle.
Had it. No. Oh, I was diving in front. It hit the camera. Dang it.
We're all very ready for that ball.
You weren't getting there.
That was going to be an E1.
You weren't getting there.
That was going to be.
When you missed it, I had it.
It was going to be an E1.
All right, back to the action. That was our excitement in the booth right there.
We almost had a ball in the booth.
Another look right off our
the
camera.
back of the camera, man. We're all over that.
That ball just a little wide. So it'll be a side out here, but not before Johnson and Tardio get the lead back. Their first of this second game. Short-lived. This is another back and forth battle. Saw a lot of that in game number one. Game two, starting very similar.
Tardio just stood up through the middle of that shot. Saw the paddle face open and become extremely flat. Doesn't get enough push through. All the lift and elevation needed.
It was in between. She didn't know if she wanted to flip that back up and over the net, go around the post, or speed up right at Gabe Tardio.
5-4-2 for Rain serve. That time, Rain just with the flat paddle. Couldn't get enough pushback on it, so it's a side out.
Oh, there we go. Tardio testing Johnson's hands. Said he would. Nice step in. Gets him right back in the right hip.
Johnson missing that one just a little wide. So on to their second serve. Gabe Tardio with it. So they managed to tie things up, but no more than that.
5-5-1.
Oh, I mean, excellent drive there from JW. Good step in from Millie Rain. Tardio just stands there, nice and calm. Quick little flick back. Says, not going to get past me.
Oh,
the
nice.
Ernie
And I'll finish it with an Ernie.
Yeah, beautifully done right there on the backhand, Ernie.
Now they look at it.
Just floated a little bit. Took his time. Perfect timing.
Wow, nice flip down the middle from Gabe Tardio. A good lean in. That's an easy ball to miss and overhit.
6-5-1 for a Tardio serve.
Hey, Tardio telling himself, don't do it right there. Just tried to rush that cross court again. Happened a couple of times where he's thinking about covering middle and he starts moving back middle before executing the shot, so ends up rushing through the finish.
Easy unforced error right there from Millie Rain. Extends the lead to 2.
So a side out there after the forehand into the net. It may not be the biggest lead in the world, but it is the largest one that Johnson and Tardio have had in this second game. So Rain and Johnson now with a chance to cut into it, but that left short from Rain, so on to their second serve. 5-7-2 for Rain serve.
Tardio is seeing the ball extremely well right now. He's reading Millie Rain's paddle when she's going to speed up, anticipating the exact positioning, and he's not overhitting because it's very easy to overhit once you've anticipated.
And so a timeout called here on the court by Johnson and Rain, trailing by 2 in this second game. They dropped game 1, 11-8. And here in our mixed doubles semifinal number 1, it is Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio sitting 4 points away from punching their ticket to Championship Sunday.
Well, like you're saying, Chad, Gabe Tardio just seeing the ball really well. It's a beach ball to him right now. Anything he's touching right now is turning to gold. And they're about to move on to the gold medal match, but a great job from Tardio. Good adjustments, playing super well. I like it. I like seeing it. But like we said, if you would have had this, matchup a year ago, this would be a huge upset. Right now, I don't see this as an upset. I just see it as a pretty evenly matched game. But right now, it's all Tardio and Georgia Johnson, and just in control of every point.
So coming out of this timeout, what is the first thing that you do if you were Johnson and Rain to get some momentum?
I mean, first thing, Rain has to pick her spots better as far as when she's going to speed up. And, it's either going to have to be behind Tardio once he's drawn to the middle, or just put a little bit of pressure on with the cross-court thinking with Georgia a little bit, give JW a chance to step in.
That time, Rain with a great angle
she's
on
yelling,
that.
She's yelling at herself, going, Georgia, you did all that work and then that. And it was there. The angle was there. She's got to whip that back a little more and get a little more topspin on it.
7-5-2 for Johnson's serve. A long return from Rain and unforced error there. Extends the lead for Johnson and Tardio. What a point by Millie Rain. Just staying in it, keeping the pressure dinks on, alternating between Tardio and Johnson. We're finally getting Johnson to speed up into a mistake there.
A nice reach in right there from Gabe Tardio, getting that ball down at the shins of Millie Rain. But trying to slow that momentum.
Johnson hit that one from a tippy toes. Got on top of it a little too much.
So they get one back, do Rain and Johnson, but now George Johnson with the ball, serve, and a chance to extend it. Great hands there, JW with the quick speed up.
Yeah, good step in, a good spot there from JW. Doesn't try to do too much with it, just gets on top of it. To down toward the feet of Gabe Tardio.
What a little Ernie there from Gabe Tardio.
When you can cross up J.W. Johnson, you've done a good job right there, and that's exactly what Tardio did.
Well,
if he doesn't Ernie it, though, he's not going to be able to get that quick of an angle.
Oh, no.
So chipping away are each of these teams at their respective scores. Trying to keep the other one off of going on a run this late in game 2. JW finally putting an end to that point with a harsh angle.
That's a practice. That's a practice point right there, where it's just everything's coming back. Throw up a lob, go back, get that one. Throw up a lob against the other team, go back, get that one. Tardio just making sure he's in the right spot.
Georgia ready for the ATP from her brother.
Yeah, great defense right there from Georgia. She sets the angle perfectly, cuts it off, and then is ready for the next ball. Oh.
And caught in transition a little bit.
Yeah, Georgia court's still moving that. It's hard to decelerate or to stop once that ball's at the feet and try to keep a firm grip on the paddle and firm wrist.
All rain again, in between decisions right there, what she wanted to do with that ball.
So that indecision leads to a match point opportunity here for Georgia Johnson and Gabriel Tardio. Johnson leaving no doubt right down the middle. Her brother's paddle can't get that ball back over the net, so it is Johnson and Tardio who have become our first team to punch their ticket to Championship Sunday in mixed doubles here at the APP Vlasic Classic, Delray Beach. We'll be right back.
Less is more. Less is less beer.
Flat tire.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's best eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
And it's it's Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio, first team punching their way through to Championship Sunday in mixed doubles. And we're going to throw it down to Dominic Catalano, who's courtside with our Franklin post-match interview.
Gabe, you're playing against two players that you practice with and train with. What's the difference that puts you over the top when you're playing against players that you're very familiar with?
Yeah, I mean, shoot, I don't know. I mean, it was a tight match. You know, we both know each other's game, so it's for sure tough. But yeah, I mean, I think we were a little more steady than they were, and we wanted it more than they did. So I think that's what happened.
And then, Georgia, we were talking on live stream 2 years ago about this would have been a huge upset, right? You were just starting to come into your own. Now you are into your own. And going against your brother, J.W. Johnson, coming out on top, what's that mean to you?
You know, obviously, you know, I love those two on the other side of the court, and I was just really thankful that we were all here to play for a medal today, and that's a match that can go either way on a different day, and I'm just happy to come out on top.
No more bronze.
What was that?
Finally, no more bronze. I think the last 3 tournaments me and Georgia played together, we had bronze, so it's good to change the color a little bit.
Yeah, change the color of the medal. You will. You guys are moving on to Championship Sunday. One more match here on Championship Court is our second semifinal here at the APP Vlasic Classic in Delray Beach.
Need to sell tickets for an event? From Sports Illustrated's official ticketing platform, introducing Box Office. Manage ticketing for sports, festivals, fundraisers, and more, paid or free. And we go beyond the barcode. Introducing Super Ticket. Super Tickets are secured by blockchain technology and transform into exclusive digital content, promotions, and rewards between the event and guests. Cheaper, better, simpler, more secure. Sports Illustrated Tickets. Partner with us for your next event.
APP is sponsored by Gamma, play to live to play. Skechers Pickleball, experience comfort that performs. And Humana, official healthcare partner of the APP Tour.
The Pro XR Pickleball Paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of the APP Tour.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend When he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance, knees will be slapped, suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
Fulfill. We swear it's a protein bar.
The APP is sponsored by LS, official on-court apparel of the APP Tour. C&D Nets, the highest quality nets made in the USA. And Tervis, the original insulated tumbler. It's a beautiful day here in Delray Beach, Florida. My goodness, the postcards proving true. Here for the Sunshine State on this beautiful Friday afternoon, just about 4 o'clock local time, which is the perfect time to find out who is going to punch their ticket to Championship Sunday, second semifinals match of our mixed doubles here at the APP Vlasic Classic Delray Beach, coming your way next. First up, taking a look at Will Howls. He and his partner, Yana Newell. Well, now, hold on.
Yeah, I didn't know. It looked like it was Jill, but then it was Will, and now it's Jill.
Now it's Andre. Okay, so Andre Diescu and Jill Braverman.
You just got to be quick. We're just throwing it through. Quick, right?
Here we go. We got you through all four players.
Now we get back to
really
Jill.
Quickly. So Jill and Andre beating Brandon Lane and Emerly Ackerman earlier in the quarterfinals, excuse me. And then Yana Newell and Will Howls also making their way here through the semifinals. So really quickly, let's talk about what you like in this match. When we come back on the other side of this break, we'll get you set for semifinal match number 2. That was chaos.
No, since I've been using Leo River, I've had way less problem on my AT band and hips. It has been really a game changer for me, so I highly recommend it to everyone.
That's what makes it so different. The whole idea about balanced compression, it improves your blood flow, reduces your fatigue. At the end of the day, you feel so much better.
I feel comfortable, I feel supported, I feel like I can train harder, train longer, recover faster, and feel supported while I'm playing. And that's so crucial for me, especially in singles when I'm trying to play against the youngest. I'm not the youngest out there, but I try and play against the youngest.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious. With better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
Welcome back to the APP Vlasic Classic Delray Beach semifinal number 2, featuring that woman, Jill Braverman and Andre Diescu, taking on Will Howls and Yana Newell to find out who is going to play Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio in Championship Sunday. So let's talk a little bit Howls and Newell, newer partnership. Braverman and Diescu, also a newer partnership here on the APP Tour, but certainly fans of the APP more familiar with Andre Diescu, and given the fact that he seems to always be playing on championship court.
Well,
so when you look at this matchup, where do you think it's going to be decided?
Well, the other thing is experience, just in general, right? So Andre Diescu, Jill Braverman, more experienced players. Yes, it's a newer partnership, but the overall experience comes in as a big factor. Will Howls, Yana Newell, Howls has the power. He has the ability to drive the ball, and he has good coverage up at the kitchen line. However, that power is not going to phase Desu and Braverman. So they're going to have to really work this point a little bit more, move the ball around, seize their opportunities when they get them to kind of be aggressive. If not, if Desu and Braverman control the point, Howls and Newell are going to be in some trouble.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Simple as that.
So let's play pickleball, shall we? Yana Newell with the serve.
And there's the not being phased by the power. Desu staying nice and short, gets on top of it, gets Newell and Howls to be hitting up at the ball.
See, this is where I think that is going to be a factor. If Howls can step in, take the time away and go back at the body of Braverman, not the lower half, but the upper half. Anything above her waist. Because what she does defensively, she drops that paddle down and is expecting a ball down about thigh high.
And Howls saying, what is that? Yeah, just rushed through that one. Tried to come up the back of it, didn't really grab. Not a whole lot of shape to it.
Wow.
Oh, great step in there. Will Howls going all the way across for the winner.
That's like cake for Howls right there. That was dessert, but it was set up by the drive from Yana Newell so low to the net.
And we saw that from Braverman in the quarterfinal where she was surprised by balls that just got over the net cord.
You hear Andre Desu telling Braverman, great job, doing a fantastic job of just sort of staying in the point, switching the direction of those dinks, keeping the pressure on. Gets him the point.
Against most players, you're going to get away with that first one. But Howls just, again, I talked to him in his interview. He's such a good player at getting his paddle back to ready position quickly after a speed up.
That time, forehand reach, can't get it back over the net, so tie game here in this first game. Another look.
Jill Braverman likes to get vocal. We hear it again. One, it feeds her energy, but two, it's an intimidation for the opponents.
We've seen it before when Desu's wingspan gets tested. It doesn't often work out for the ones doing the testing. And just like that, he and his partner Joe Braverman up 4-2.
Andre Desu, ridiculous. But yes, you are pointing at it, and I think that last ball that Yana Newell hit was going out.
Yeah, that ball would have been well out.
That one.
That time, Yana Newell making sure it goes right back at the body of Desu.
Yeah, he's trying to go through his chest right there as he's moving up through transition area.
So a side out, but not before a 5-0 run there from Desu and Braverman.
Wow. Ooh, that was coming at the face.
Almost the left eye there of Braverman, but she gets out of the way. Ball sails long. 2-5-2. Howls with the serve.
So very ambitious shot right there from Will Howls as he's on the move trying to hit that. That's tough.
5-2-1 score for Desu's serve.
That's good pressure dink right there from Jana Newell. Pulled Braverman all the way with 1 foot off the court. Big hold here if they can stop and not give up any points.
And they do. Will Howls, great movement there, finds a spot in between.
So here's the thing, too, is that as much as Jill's going to hype herself up and get Andre involved and be that hype girl, Will Howls is going to be the hype guy on his side with Jana Newell.
So much of that is fascinating to watch is how each partner then responds, right? Because it's not just about going blow for blow with your opponent. It's about what does your partner respond to. And watching these two earlier in this game, in this day, I feel like they both figured that out.
Seeing that right there, too, that's where Howls and Newell have to take advantage when Desu and Braverman don't uncoil in the stack. And you get Desu on the right, puts his forehand out to the sideline, and they take advantage of that last one.
Big forehand there.
But again, and we've seen it a couple of times with Braverman's forehand dink because it's so flat. If she rushes through it, it's going to create the pop-up. She either needs to open the face a little bit more and hit with a little bit more backspin, just to try to keep that ball down, or roll it a little bit more.
Wow, they got away with one. Desu and Braverman on the tape ball from from Jana Newell on the put away. She had it. Yep. It was sit up for her.
So it'll be a side out here. Braverman and Desu, chance to extend their lead.
Get out. Kidding me?
Great resets there from Desu and Braverman.
Over 17 times by that point.
But Howls just stayed relentless longer.
The defense from Desu, unbelievable. Some of those those should not be coming back.
Stare down with it. She took a big swing on that last forehand, but timed it up perfectly.
Gets the ball back on her side. 4-5-1.
And that's the thing. Jana may not be as tall.
She's got power.
But she's got a ton of power, and she wants to play fast.
Yeah.
She wants the pace.
Oh. Zero swing from Braverman right there. If you want to watch defense and how you are to get attacked, just put the paddle on the ball with minimal movement.
So another scoreless side out here.
Oh. So that right there is because of the last point. because Braverman got everything back. You're trying to put just too much on it right there, and you overswing, and then you go in the net like that.
That's the frustration factor.
Yes.
Is what it is. And this is what I said at the beginning, right? So Howls and Newell want to play quick. They want to do the tempo. But it's the defense from Desu and Braverman and their ability to control the point. What's this defense from Braverman?
The defense on the ATP was
block,
forgotten.
Block.
And then
Minimal
try and do
movement,
too much.
Ball gets below the net. You're still in attack mode.
We almost forgot about the perfect defense on
Yeah,
the ATP
on
from
the
Desu,
ATP.
right? Because Braverman block, but you said it, Chad. She didn't move her paddle. She let the pace off of Howls just block back, and then he tries to do too much, and that's it.
So very close first game here in game number 1 of our second semifinals to decide who moves on to Championship Sunday. It is Desu and Braverman with the 2-point lead here. But timeout called by Newell and Howls. So a chance to see what they do out of it. Has to start with getting the pickleball back in play. And then get the serve back. Andre Desu serving 6-4-1. That time, great spot by Braverman, just right between Howell and Newell's.
Nice spot there from Will Howls, but again, the defense forcing one more ball. But there was the patience from Will Howls not trying to do too much with each and every one of those.
Well, in that situation, it's more important to get the ball down to the feet than trying to hit through Desu or Braverman because they can get a paddle on everything.
Oh!
The bird!
A bird from Will Howls to finish that point.
We've been all on Sesame Street right now. A couple of Ernies, now Bert. Rubber Ducky's coming out next. You know seen Rubber Ducky?
What about the Cookie Monster?
That's Chad now.
Yeah, that's the wrong spot.
But what I love on the point construction, when Yana Newell does go down the line behind Desu, she jumps for the Ernie. What does it do? It forces Desu to come back to Howls, and it involves him in the point automatically because he can't go back down the line.
This time trying to do a little too much. But that's a much better job from Braverman there as far as rolling to put a little bit more pressure on Newell.
She's been really flat for most of those things. You're right, Chad.
That time in transition, Howls is caught, so forehand into the net. Still, second serve here and a chance to tie things up.
Oh, that's such a good drive from Will Howls. The best part about that was he took something off it. He doesn't hit this as hard as he can. He puts some more dip on it, more shape, and causes the error because Braverman having to try and hit up on it.
Ooh, timeout here.
Before that ball even hit the ground, Desu was walking back, taking that timeout. Frustrated with himself right there, not getting that ball. And now it's a lead here for Howls and Newell.
And now it's a 4-0 run that Newell and Howls have put together, trailing 4-7 at one point in this first game, and now have come all the way back to get their first lead since it was 2-1. How have they done that, Chad?
Well, I mean, right now it's been their ability to kind of control the point a little bit more. Yes, the defensive Desu and Braverman is so good, but they've been a little bit more patient and not trying to hit through them. They've moved the ball around. They've gotten the ball to the feet. They've created the more elevated balls, so then they can attack from a better angle. However, now Desu is trying to do a little too much. We're starting to see him get bigger swings as well, so it's been a combination.
And we've seen this in the past, Chad, right? When if Desu and his mixed partner start, even in men's, if they start to go down, he tries to take over, and sometimes it's a hindrance for them. Like that right there. He steps in front of Braverman, right?
And then slides back.
Slides back, and she's not expecting it. Man, they set us up nicely for that. Exactly what we're talking about.
That time Howls taking advantage of an uncoiling Desu. And just like that, they have a game point opportunity here. Newell and Will Howls can take game one of the semifinals.
And Howls just coming in hot right there. Nice job.
Will Howls playing with confidence to end that game as he should. What a comeback for him and his partner, Newell. Game one goes to those two. Game two when we come back to Delray Beach.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
18 years from tonight, Grant Gill will become a legend when he totally kills it at his improv class's graduation performance. Knees will be slapped. Suds will be sprayed. People won't know what hurts more, their cheeks or their sides. That's why he's already keeping himself in shape and razor sharp today with health tips and wellness tools from AARP to help make sure his health lives as long as he does. Because the younger you are, the more you need AARP.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
A reminder to check out pickleballsuperstore.com via the QR code on the screen and get your instant discount. Check that out as we get ready for game number 2 here of the mixed pro doubles semifinal. Will Howls, Newell getting it done in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, excellent showing from Howls and Newell in game 1. They inserted the power when they needed to be. They started getting Desu and Braverman back on their heels. A little look there from Will Howls on Andre Desu as he's walking past.
What was it? I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
Better recognize.
Better recognize me. I'm here. We're up 1-0.
I don't think anyone is more aware of that fact than Andre Desu.
Well, and that's That's exactly how game one ended in the last like 3-4 points. It was just, we're going to speed up this pace. We're going to come right at you. If you can defend it, great. If you can't, sorry. Oh, my goodness.
Yana Newell's going to feed into it as well.
Oh.
Slapping that one down the line. Perfect. Drive for the winner.
So on to the second serve here in game number 2. 1-0-2 for Will Howls.
Speed up on the third, drop on the fifth, speed up on the seventh, so change the pace up a little bit.
No changing of this tempo. This is the tempo that they play best at right now. They have to stay aggressive, choose the right balls.
That time a pressure cross-court ding from Yana Newell.
And what that is right there is that is because they're putting so much pressure on. Now Braverman's trying to keep that ball so low that her margin for error is like this, is like an inch over the net because you don't want the speed up. Oh, the jumping two-hander.
But that's also, too, she took a step back away from the line when she had sensed that speed up was going to come. You'll see her take a step back there, jumps on top of it, gets that ball down. If I was Desu and Braverman coming forward after the return, I wouldn't even get all the way up to the kitchen line. I'd give myself a little bit more room, maybe a step and a half behind the kitchen line to be able to counterattack.
So a strong start here from Howls and Newell, picking up right where they left off in game 1. Desu with the second serve. That time, Braverman just unable to even get up, and it's a side out.
Well, in Patton Braverman position, she gets down nice and low, and if she does end up going down and taking a knee there, she'll stay there and play defense from there, but what's Howls do? He just goes away from her. The problem some people have is they see her go down, and they want to go at her. Well, if she's down there, she can't move, right? So just go away. That's what Howls does.
Good situational awareness there. Okay, so I want you to talk me
Braverman didn't
through.
move the feet.
You'd mentioned earlier, Yana Newell sometimes goes for that Ernie or acts like it to sort of protect the line against Desu. What does that force him to do?
We'll hit that right after this point.
Because it seems like it's working out.
What it does, it forces him to have to go back to the middle.
Right.
And what that does is that automatically involves Will Howls. What you want to do, you want to involve your male partner right there for him to take over. And that's exactly what that does, because if he goes down the line, Newell's there for the Ernie. Wow. That's a rarity right there. I have not seen that much, where Desu getting bodied up like that.
0-4-2. Desu with the serve.
Oh my!
Beautiful shot
Slides
down
that one
the
down
line.
the line again. So, and that's part of where Desu's trying to come over, take a little bit of pressure off of Braverman, and Yana Newell's being able to slide a couple down the line because it's leaving the opening. We talk about when Desu tries to do too much. One, he starts lunging, he gets big. His movement is now restricted because he's trying to do so much.
You hear Braverman there on the court trying to get her and Desu pumped back up. You have mentioned a few times today that is when she's at her best, is when she's engaged and vocal.
And
that time, just a delicate little spot there from Will Howls.
We mentioned about how that gets Braverman going. It also gets Desu going. We didn't mention that much, but he plays better when he is aggressive in the match, loud. It's more of a growl coming from him. Very large man.
Sleeping bear.
Nice.
Oh,
the changeup.
It was a changeup from Howls, and Braverman just set on it better, but then she even mishit it, and it came back slower.
Puts Braverman and Desu on the board, and quickly 2 points for Desu and Braverman, and the timeout called by Howls and Newell.
Instantly, love it. You got a little bit of a run on a couple mistakes there from Howls and Newell, and they instantly call the timeout, knowing that if anyone's can put a run together, it's Desu and Braverman, so they stop that momentum real quick.
Well, and let's be honest right here. Okay, so it's early on. And
honest,
typically we talk about, hey, you only have 2 timeouts. You have to try to sense it a little bit. But what we have seen and what we've talked about multiple times is the use of challenges for another timeout, where we didn't have that before. So let's say, yes, perfect timing right now. You're trying to stop this momentum. You don't want Braverman and Desu to find their rhythm. Use one now. If you get back up a couple of points and then they get to, let's say, 4, use another one, then you still got 3 challenges down the road.
Great change of pace. Desu getting there,
but Chad and I are going to go. We don't like it. We don't like that change of pace. No, because Desu and Braverman so quick, you're bringing them up.
Right.
When you have an opportunity to keep them back, and you bring them up right there. They got away with it.
Great placement there. Will Howls right at the right hip of Braverman. Can't get the ball back over the net, so it's a side out. Out of the timeout.
Yeah, good timeout.
About as ideal as you could ask for. Now they just want to add some points to their own total.
Oh, ball goes right off that line right there for Howls. Good 5th shot drop there from Newell to get him right in that point after the drive from Howls.
Yeah, so now they're trying to keep the tempo, but they're rushing a little bit as far as the footwork goes.
Desu doing a good job changing the direction there, and some impressive defense from Newell to get her paddle up, but then Desu just relentless.
Well, good adjustment last point from Braverman and Desu. They kept everything really low. Nothing was attackable there for Howls or Newell.
Opportunity here for Braverman and Desu to tie things up. And they do on the Desu Ernie through the middle.
I'd like to see Yana Newell kind of step up and take a couple of those balls from Braverman out of the air. What she's doing, she's creating opportunities right there. Braverman's not going to speed any balls up even if she happens to flip one. But it's giving Desu the opportunity to step over and put more pressure.
But also that ball that Howls has taken twice off the bounce in front of Newell. He's just pushed to the sideline earlier, and in end of game 1, he was speeding that up.
Well, Howls anticipating the move from Desu and instead goes the other side of the court.
Almost put a dent in the TV.
Almost owed the APP a TV.
Coming at you.
6-5-2.
Yeah, I tried to do too much with the body. So I like taking it out of the air, the aggressiveness of the roll. But you saw how much body movement she had there that pushed that ball wide. Now you're also giving Braverman some vocal ability to now start talking a little bit, picking herself and Desu up even more.
There it is. Now, again, right there. So Howls reaching in and rolling that, reaching in and rolling that. Those aren't aggressive, but they're aggressive enough to keep them back and get the next one. And what happened? The next one was higher. The next one was higher, and eventually he gets the overhead.
Gets the ball back on their side. Now it's up to Howls and Newell, to stop this 7-0 run from Desu and Braverman. Not going to do it with that ball, though.
Now rushed through it, ran through it, set his feet, got to set his feet.
Well, they're also in the situation right now where you're thinking about that I just blew a 5-point lead.
Right.
So you're trying to rush to get to the ball, to put pressure on, to get that lead back, and trying to do all of that in one swing.
That's a good spot right there from Yana Newell. The key and why it's good is because she kept it low enough. If she gets it up high, Desu's on top of it to punch it down. She kept that low right at that right hip.
That time, Braverman, well-placed ball. Howls goes to the reach-in as Newell's still coming up.
Well, Howls was just a little too flat-footed right there for my liking.
They've gone away from speed up right there. Yana Newell was left the ball when she got to the kitchen line right there from Braverman to speed up, and she doesn't go at her. What worked for them even prior to this match, the match before in the quarterfinal, was Yana Newell speeding up cross-court at Getcheva. And even though typically Chad and I talk about not speeding up cross-court, why it was working for them, and I even talked to them off camera, was why it was working for them was because Howls is ready for the counter speed up from the female in front of him. So if right now Newell can speed up cross-court right at that left hip of Braverman, Braverman's going to try and go right at Howls, but Howls is ready for that counter. So again, opportunity right there squandered on a ball I think that Newell could have gone after, and she has been going after since the end of game one.
So a quick timeout called by Howls and Newell, trying to do something to disrupt the rhythm that Desu and Braverman have found on a 9-0 run here in game two. Braverman with the serve.
That was close.
Good timeout.
Yeah.
Perfect timeout.
I feel like that was a bit of a generous call on that return.
It was close. It was very close.
Howls with the speed up, but last flip goes a little long.
Well, got what he wanted, right? Got into the hands battle, got a ball on his forehand that typically he would handle, but tries to put an exclamation point on it and goes long. Oh, I think that Braverman thought Desu was going to take that because it was in the middle and on his forehand. Typically, he would take that.
That ends the 9-0 run that Desu and Braverman had put together.
Yep.
But Howls sends that ball into the net and giving him the reminder you're both agreeing with.
Well, Howls self-diagnosed himself right there. He's rushing to the ball, which is putting that contact point behind himself, and so now he's standing tall. I heard him say, get that contact point out in front and use your legs. That's exactly what he needs to do.
So now it's game point opportunity here. Andre Desu with the serve. Diescu warning Braverman that ball is coming back, and Howls proving him absolutely correct.
What did Jill ask?
Braverman said, "Is that as hard as you can hit it?"
I heard Will's answer. He said, "Yeah." Oh my God, shanked it.
That's what I love about Diescu too. Is like
he doesn't hide anything.
Even when he gets beat, it's only because Will Howls shanked it right there.
Yeah.
It wasn't because of the good angle or anything.
So they get the ball back on their side, do Howls and Newell, but big task ahead, trailing by 4 here in game 2.
Wow, that ball skipped up on Newell. And as soon as they get the serve back, they hand it back immediately. Missed 2 third shots.
Jill Braverman with a chance to end this game right here. Again, Will Howls taking a harsh angle on that ball and just paints the sidelines.
And it's a good speed up. He goes right at Braverman. But the thing is he doesn't expect his put away at Braverman to be a put away. He expects it to come back and then creates good angle.
That time Howls again going right at Braverman.
But that's what Newell has to do. She stepped up and took that ball out of the air from Braverman and was able to apply more pressure and get the ball to pop up. She's been letting too many balls bounce coming back from Braverman and giving up the opportunity that has been there.
And now Will Howls and Yana Newell doing something that they have had a really hard time doing on the back half of this game. Getting off of 6 points.
Well, no, they were stuck on 5.
They were stuck on
5 for a very long time. But points have been hard to come by for them. Where it started off on a 5-0 run.
That's a great drop. Diescu played an out ball for sure.
He did indeed. I would have liked to see Howls take that crossbody to Braverman instead of trying to hit through the middle there.
That's it. And, Chad, we pointed it out. You pointed it out last, is that having Newell hug that line, take that ball out of the air, put that pressure on Braverman.
That time on her heels was Newell as she tried to get that ball back over the net. So can they do it again? Yana Newell and Will Howls have successfully defended 4.
This is number 5.
Game point opportunities. But that time, Diescu and Braverman, just too much for Howls and Newell. What a fun game 2 we had. Goes to Diescu and Braverman, 11-8. So let's play a third, shall we? To decide who earns their spot in the Mixed Doubles Championship Sunday. We'll have the answer when we come back to the APP Vlasic Classic, Delray Beach.
I'm Ariel Pastori-Sebring here with Vlasic Pickles, and we're putting the pickle in pickleball. In pickleball, the term pickled is when you don't score any points in a game. This grilled Vlasic pickle recipe will score you all the points. Slice them in half long ways. Skewer your pickles, put those babies on the grill. Now we're gonna make our ranch. Roll in crushed potato chips. Winner's grilled pickles.
It's hard to find supplements that work. No, thank you. You need supplements that are backed by science with natural and plant-based ingredients and that are third-party tested. Because cleaner is better. Like Oro Organic. Plant-based supplements made from the Earth's most powerful plants for your immune health, gut health, workouts, and more. Find out more at auraorganic.com.
The APP is sponsored by SI Tickets, official ticketing partner of the APP Tour. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. And Aura Organic, rooted in science, powered by nature. Howls and Newell take game one, and tell me how they did it, Chad.
Well, they were the more aggressive team. They put it to Desu and Braverman. They kept the balls down. They kept attacking. They came out in game two and really put that same pressure on. However, never count Desu and Braverman out. Coming back from 5-0 to 9-5.
Massive run there from Desu and Braverman to help tee them up for the game two win. And now let's play game three, shall we, to decide who earns their spot in the gold medal match on Sunday. It's going to be Yana Newell with the serve. Joe Braverman already starting. With the serve.
Desu coming in hot early here in game three.
And for the first time in this match, it is Braverman and Desu who start with the lead.
Newell, way to stay on the first one. She almost anticipates that Desu's going to get the first one, but because he gets that first counter, he slides just enough to the middle that she can go down the sideline.
Again, Newell with the pressure cross court on Braverman.
But
gets it done.
Yeah, and that's all about the spot right there, too. She goes at the right hip. When the female goes cross-court there to the other female, on that right hip, typically the right side player is sitting on the backhand, so you end up with that chicken wing.
Desu with the Ernie, well defended from Newell. Braverman can't get it back over.
Yeah, again, good anticipation from Newell, because when she sees Desu coming, she drops back a little bit. As he comes here, she takes a step back, clears a little room.
Howls needs to set himself up a little better there on that drive. So the weight falling off ends up pulling across the body.
Will Howls coming across the middle, forehand past Desu.
That's impressive from Will Howls right there, as he came and kept coming across the middle here. He just didn't stop closing ground.
Systematically taking over more of the court until he found his spot.
Again, running through that right there. He's got to set his feet.
So lead goes to Howls and Newell, but ball back on the side of Desu and Braverman now. Well-timed speed up.
They do come out on top of that, but Howls got to anticipate just a little better. There were three balls in the middle.
I think I got bruises on my shoulder from you hitting
Chad going, he's got to jump there, because there were three in the middle of that in a row that he's got to jump on off the paddle of Braverman. Newell's doing a good job setting him up.
Will Howls, great placement there. Perfect amount of speed on it, just in between Diascu and Braverman. Another look.
But it was the placement of that shot there. Pulled Diascu back behind Braverman, so then he had to rush back forward. Howls caught him moving, created the pop-up.
Good leave there from Diascu and Braverman.
Howls, even though Newell missed that, you heard him going, I like it right there. He wants Newell to continue to do that right there. She set herself up nicely.
Nope.
Wow.
I was just about to say good patience.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until that last ball from Will Howls.
Might as well just put that one on a tee there for Desu and see what he could do with it, because that was a tough spot.
So a side out here. Diascu with a chance to tie things up.
Yana Newell is playing
Set up,
so good. She's
put away.
Yeah, setting
Set
herself up.
Put away.
She knows Diascu's hands are great. She knows that that ball's going to come back. But she doesn't care, because why? She's set up for the counter. She's set up for the next ball.
Will Howls just staying in that point on the attack, and scoreless side out.
But again, it's the setup there from Yana Newell. This one, she goes aggressive roll. Braverman, little late catching up to that one, is fully extended. Ball pops up. Howes is there for the two-shot put away.
And a missed return there from Andre Diascu. 3-1-1.
It's all right.
I like the pace, though, for Howls
Yeah.
and Newell right now. That's the pace they want to play at. If they make mistakes doing that, that's fine. Wow, that's a good
That's
spot.
close right there with her calling before.
And you can see Howls and Newell turn around and question that very thing. Take another look here.
Oh, we couldn't hear the volume on that one as far as when the call came from Braverman as to when she'd passed Howls.
But it is a side out here. Great spot there as just gets it behind Will Howls. Can't get that arm up.
Well, she made that look pretty easy right there, and that's not. That ball pops up off the tape. A lot of times you'll overhit that. She punches that back through the middle with ease. And Howell's talking to himself right now going, you're getting the ball you want, and he is. But again, when you're trying to really end the point with authority, you'll go long. You just got to punch that through the middle.
That was too perfect of a spot for Diascu not to take advantage of. Just puts the right amount down at the feet. So it's a lead here for Andre Diascu and Jill Braverman. there's a little bit of a game inside the
they're
game
chirping now.
going
They're
on
chirping
here.
now.
Giving a little bit of a chirp back.
And it wasn't Will. Will goes out, and Yana
Yeah.
goes way out.
So a little bit of a game within a game here happening on championship court. A spot in the gold medal match on the line. Everybody's feeling it.
So that's a couple of times that Will Howls has missed that, right? Fully extended, and you start leaning away from the ball, which he did there. Now you pull across it, or you hit down on top of it. Needs to load up on that right leg a little bit more when he's reaching. Okay, there's chirping going on both sides right now.
Oh, yeah. I like it. I like it. Intensity here in game 3.
You hear Will there feeling it as they get the ball back on their side of the net.
I mean, he's not lying. He said, that's my game, and it is. That pace is his game.
That time, Desu pointing at his foot, reminding everybody or showing everybody. Yeah, I didn't touch the line.
I am not in.
I am not in. There is blue between my foot and that white line.
Oh,
Oof.
yeah.
As soon as he popped it up, Will tried to scramble back and get ready for the overhead that he knew was coming from Desu. Not in time. So they did get the ball back on their side of the net, but no points added for Howls and Newell. Instead, Desu and Braverman chance to extend this lead.
Desu's mean mugging Braverman right now.
Bulldog scaring me.
A lot of emotion here on
Foaming at the
championship
mouth.
court. Understandably so, because you got a shot at the gold medal if you win this third game here in the mixed doubles semifinal. So a timeout here to change ends. Newell and Howls trailing by 3. Out of this timeout, Chad, how do they use it to their advantage?
Well, the couple of times what's happened now is that Howls and Newell have gotten back on their heels. And it's allowed Desu and Braverman to put a little bit more pressure on. The big thing that Desu's done right now, too, is he's shortened up that swing. He hasn't been getting as big. He understands that he needs to put a little bit more pressure on, but he's not putting it on. He's not putting the pressure on with big swings and big power. He just has to dial back to his game, but step up the movement a little bit more.
And right now, Howls and Newell need to come out. They need to come out firing right now. Again, but firing, it's that controlled chaos, right? That's what they need right now.
Get back in your athletic position.
Exactly.
Rather than
Be athletic.
Be an athlete.
Be an athlete. 6-3-1, the score for Desu serve.
That's just tough right there as Newell stands straight up through the dink right there instead of staying low and in that athletic position.
Great spot there. Jill Braverman finds the middle. Extends the lead.
That's a big hold right here. Got to hold him here and get some points on the board. Do Newell and Howls.
Yeah, another timeout here from Newell and Howls. And they just even after that end change right there, they came out flat. It was 3-point difference. Now it's quickly a 6-point.
6 points, and as importantly, 2 points away from a win here on championship court for Andre Desu and Jill Braverman. So how do Howls and Newell respond out of this timeout, Dom?
Again, you gotta you gotta get the side out. Obviously, you can't be facing a match point here out of this timeout. So one, you gotta get this side out. Then we gotta get back to what got us here. Good third shot drives with some shape, some dipping action, getting that ball below the net. But first and foremost, we gotta get this side out here. We do not want to be facing a match point. Oh, Braverman thought about going ATP right there and then changed their mind. I think it might have been there. At 9-3, I'm taking a chance.
I'd take the chance. Why not? Yeah, and that was all about the spot there from Braverman as well, and the fact that Newell let that ball get behind her. Tough to stay in the point. Tough dig. But need to keep that ball out in front.
Desu and Braverman keeping the pressure on. So it's another scoreless side out. Howls and Newell just cannot get off those 3 points. They've been sitting there since the score was 3-1. So an 8-0 run here for Desu and Braverman, trying to extend it to 10. Ooh, getting a little help from the net.
So that's 2 9-point runs in 2 games.
And this one sets up match point opportunity. Andre Desu and Jill Braverman can punch their ticket to the gold medal match right here. And they do on the uncoil. Desu and Braverman are moving on to the gold medal match in mixed doubles. Fantastic. 3-game match here between Braverman and Desu, but they get the win. We'll hear from them when we come back to the APP Vlasic Classic, Delray Beach.
Nothing brings us together like Eggland's best eggs. We love the taste, always so fresh and delicious, plus superior nutrition. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best.
The APP is sponsored by Yola, for the champion in you. Humana, official healthcare partner of the APP Tour. And Fat Tire, crisp, bright, easy drinking.
Game 3, Desu and Braverman capping it off with a 10-0 run after Howls and Newell took game 1. And Desu and Braverman continuing to put the pressure, and you can't give them an opportunity to come back. We're going to throw it down to Dominic Catalano, who's courtside for our Franklin post-match interview.
All right, Andre, I'll start with you. You put yourself behind the 8-ball, dropping game 1. They came out, went on a 4-0 run to end game 1. They came out hot and heavy. Did the same in game 2. You were behind the 8-ball again, down 5-0. What was the talk with you and Jill?
Well, pickleball is a game of runs, and we've both played long enough to know that. And look, they're great players, great competitors. So we knew we were going to be pushed, and we're going to have to go through some adversity. We took a little time over there, and we said, look, we just got to get 1 point at a time. Just started building some momentum, and I think it went 1 point, 2 points, and I think it was about 8 in a row. We got it back under control in game 2. We figured some things out. I think we both started playing better. And then the game started kind of moving towards us, the momentum, and then we were playing very well. And game 3, they came out firing again. We went down, and a little bit of the same. They once were able to weather the storm. I think we did a great job. We played very solid, and props to Jill for competing really, really well today.
And Jill, we talked about on the stream, you are an emotional player. But when you are emotional, and when you're in a point and in games like that, that's when you're at your best. Talk about that a little bit and why that feeds you.
Yeah, I think I was just really slow to start, really quiet, a little too calm. Andre was like, drink a rainstorm, and I chugged one and then got loud, got into it. But Andre was so solid because I definitely did not play my best. But he kept saying to me, we're a team, we're a team, we're a team. And that was really, really sweet, really helpful.
All right, well, congratulations, guys. Moving on to Championship Sunday. Thank you guys for joining us here. This is the last semifinal of the night here from the APP Vlasic Classic in Delray Beach.
Thanks so much, Dominic Catalano. So that means we have 3 gold medal matches set. Here is your Aura gold medal match menu for what we have on tap for you on Sunday. Men's singles, Chris Hayward taking on J.W. Johnson. Women's singles, it's Judith Castillo against Megan Fudge. And then you just saw Jill Braverman and Andre Diascu punch their ticket to play Georgia Johnson and Gabriel Tardio in our mixed doubles gold medal match. So all of that coming your way on Sunday. I personally cannot wait, especially that mixed doubles gold medal match. I think is going to be a lot of fun. What is the biggest takeaway for you from today, Chad?
Well, I think, for Georgia Johnson and Gabe Tardio, you want to talk about some youngsters that have good head on their shoulders. They're way more mature than 2 17-year-olds should be. But it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to play on Sunday against the 2 veterans of Diascu and Braverman. Who are my favorites going into it? I want to give the edge a little bit to Johnson and Tardio. But anything's possible.
If we were playing right now, edge Braverman, Diascu.
Yes.
But we got a couple days off, right?
Yeah.
So, again, that kind of calming down a bit of the 2 of those teams. But a great job from Desu and Braverman, just gritting out a victory. That's how you grit out a victory right there. When you're not at your best, but you figure out a way to win, and that's exactly what they did.
And so we have 3 gold medal matches set tomorrow. We're going to go all the way through for a few more. We've got gender doubles happening right here at the APP Vlasic Delray Beach starting tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern. We will see you on the screen. My goodness, we had it all today. There were Ernies, there were Berts, there was emotion, there was around the post. Everybody's game on full display here at Delray Beach. We got more of it coming your way tomorrow. Thanks for joining us here on this Friday afternoon from the APP Vlasic Classic Delray Beach. We'll see you in the morning.
Delray Beach, we have just witnessed an epic semifinal battle